Hello. Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer.
And
How are
also,
y'all
I am
doing?
here.
Yes, that's on Secret Crush.
I know how to introduce myself on a Spooky Tuesday. I never quite know
Yeah,
what vibe to go for non Spooky Tuesday.
sure. Hello, Valis. Thank you for the hello. Hello, 6-7. 6-7 says ominous. Ooh, I'm learning things, and who knows what I learned. I will tell you soon. Culinary, good to see you. Salt Ranger, getting hype. I'm doing my best to get hype. Frankly, I stayed up too late organizing my Garfield gifts, and now I'm paying the price. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to stay up late. I do this all the time, except today I woke up very early. I think because it was too warm, and then I could not get back to sleep. Oh well. Tavor says, I forgot this tab was open. Oh no. Still spooky for me. I'm sorry to startle you. This is not a spooky day. We're normal today and calm and a little bit tired. It's pronounced Jarfield. Thank you. Your gift fields. Yes, correct. I downloaded a lot of Garfield gifs or gifs if you prefer. Uh, Garfield gifs or Jarfield gifs or whatever combination you like. Um, and it's a lot to go through, and I'm not sure how many I should actually use. Also, I kind of want to make more. There's some specific things I couldn't find good gifts of, but oh well. I'll figure it all out. Very important birthday planning. Pronouncing .gif the same as .gif. Is there a .gif with a J? Is that a file extension? I don't think it is it?
Is it a peanut butter format?
Got to interface those graphics before you put them in the peanut butter. Yes. As long as it's not that creepy fake GB game.
Game Boy?
Oh, is are you talking about a fake Garfield game? Is that what you're talking about? I do have a bootleg Garfield game to share on Monday, but I don't think it's super creepy. It's a little bit. Garfield's not quite on model, but not in a creepy way, just in a like kind of slightly amateur drawing way. And it sounds like it's pretty good, so I'm excited to check that out. There is. Oh my gosh. Oh no. All right. So, what are we here for? I guess we're going to work on a world builder game. First off, I learned a thing. So, last week, I'm pretty sure last week I talked a little bit about a weird thing I've run into where, like, I try to write some code for the front of the totally normal house. And specifically, I wanted to handle the scenario where the player tries to take a light bulb out of the sconces there, which is a normal reaction when you are in need of a light bulb and you can see two of them right in front of you. So this seemed pretty important to respond to that in some way. But for whatever reason, the code I put in for taking for take bulb or take light, it just wasn't doing anything. And the most interesting thing to me was that I specifically checked for the phrase take bulb or take light. So like those two words together, but could be within a larger phrase. So if they type take light bulb, then the check for take light would match that as well. But for some reason, that code just would never run. And I could not figure it out. Then at some point, I was like, oh, right, I should be supporting get as well. So sometime after stream last week, I looked through all my code to make sure I was handling both take and get anywhere that, I had added commands to deal with that. And then I also did my best to try to make sense of this weird light bulb situation. And it took a lot of experimenting. But what I finally determined with like 99% certainty is that if you type take into the World Builder text prompt, it will change it to get before it does any text parsing. Even like, I would understand that if it was kind of doing it after the code you've written, right? So it was doing it for its own text parsing, but it's even doing that for, any specific text parsing you're writing. So if you check for something that includes the word take and you don't check for the word get, that code will never get run. And this is not pointed out anywhere. I couldn't find any reference to it in the manual. It is worth noting the manual does tell you to use get when you're wanting to pick up an item, and they don't even mention take as a possible synonym for that. Although I did notice one code example where they use take, which is kind of funny because that code wouldn't work. And surprisingly to me, it wasn't even mentioned in Ray Dunnikin's World Builder documentation, which he documented a lot of like more advanced stuff that was bundled along with the 1.2 release, that was the freeware release from 1995. So yeah, that was a very interesting experience. But basically, so I once I wrote code that handled get, it worked perfectly, exactly the way I expected it to. And I now handle both take and get everywhere, even though it's not actually necessary to put take in there because it won't ever look at that. I just figured I had already done it in some places, so I might as well be consistent. Let's see. Davor says, I'm kind of doing something like that in my parser, but I'm the only one who has to use it. Yeah, like that's a completely reasonable thing to do, but very important to document. Let's see. Give Davor shout outs. Culinary. We'll wait a moment to give Culinary a shout out. So yeah, what else did I want to share? The bus stop. Let's actually go ahead and switch to that so I can show you what I've done. Okay, so here's our bus stop, right? And we have the schedule. And previously, very early on, I had put a small amount of code in for the schedule because we knew we wanted a close-up at some point. So I was just kind of experimenting with, how we could accomplish that. And I had it set up so that if you click on the schedule, it would kind of fill the screen with a immobile object, and then you could just click on that to dismiss it. One thing I had actually never realized is if you had dropped any objects in the room, those would appear in front of that object. So that was an issue. And then also we wanted to do some interaction with the schedule as part of a puzzle, which it would have been complicated to keep it that way. So now the schedule is a separate scene, kind of how we've done the Sweetie and the book and all of that stuff. So we just get taken to here. The bus schedule scene, and actually, I guess we gotta go actually get the cloth. Oh wait, no, this is the cloth. I forgot. This is just a little placeholder graphic. We need to draw like a bunched up piece of cloth, or something at least believably resembling that. So that is our cloth, and then we can go here. And then we can use the cloth, and that reveals our combination, which does not actually work yet, but that's something I think we'll probably fix today. So that's pretty much all working now. Also had to do a little bit because, like, if you leave here, we don't want to have to draw the cloth hanging up here. Also, like, the idea is kind of you're holding it up. It's not like you're pinning it up or something. So it has to automatically move some objects around if you leave the scene with the cloth still there. But not too much trouble. And that should all be good now. Let's see. What else? Oh, the library it's got a cool S now. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. Just added a little bit of white around it. Kind of the effect I was going for is like it's been spray painted white and then spray painted on top of that, something like that. And like I've said a bunch of times, you can't really do like this background is all a pattern in a vector shape, and then this is a bitmap, and like doing white as part of a bitmap isn't really something you can do, but I just kind of faked it by like part of this brick pattern is actually included in the bitmap. So it worked out pretty nicely. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Very legible S in that style. Thank you. Yeah, it was tricky. Actually, let's go ahead and show my experimentation since you brought it up. Let's see, is that under Cool S? There it is. So yeah, I did a bunch of different variations on it, and like we did these couple on stream, and then I thought it was maybe still a little too big, so I just kept fooling around with very minor variations, and I'm pretty happy with how that came out. So that's our Cool S. It doesn't do anything. It's just there to be a Cool S, which I think is important. And that's pretty much it, except for one important thing, which is that I bought a computer, an old computer that will run this game, which is very exciting. I've been kind of thinking about this for a little bit. As I've mentioned in the past, I have our original family Macintosh in the garage. Long time ago, I decided I wanted to use it again and bought a mouse on eBay because the one that came with it was just not working well anymore, and cleaning it was not working either. So I got this new mouse for it, and I plugged it in, and I played a little Dark Castle, and it all ran perfectly. And then the next time I went to use it, it just made a beep when I turned it on. And that was it. And then I turned it off and put it back in the box, and it has been there since. I also, regrettably, have never removed the battery from it, which is probably bad. Although I kind of wonder if that like leaked and that's what caused the beeping in the first place. Who knows? But that is a problem with these Macs. Like they have a battery, so it can store some stuff. And ideally, you should take that out if you're not using it for a long time or whatever. But I've known that needed at best some repairs, and it may possibly much more dramatic work than that. And I have no idea how to do that stuff. I've looked at some videos just to kind of get an idea, and I don't think I would be very capable of pulling that off. So I decided it was time to finally look into getting a new old computer. And I bought one. It's a Macintosh Plus, which is not quite the design I prefer. I prefer the original case. It's just a little bit nicer, I think. But it's very close to that. The differences are quite minor. But the good thing about this computer is that it can run System 6, which is what we've been using to make the game. And that's definitely like my favorite classic Mac OS version, I think. It has also been, quote, professionally restored. Specifically, it has been recapped, so any capacitors that look like they were in rough shape have been replaced. The disk drive has been cleaned and lubricated, which is a common thing that needs to be done to get that working properly again. Because Macs have like a, it's not like a typical PC drive where there's a button you push to eject the disk. Like you drag the icon to the trash or choose, where is it? Oh, wait, no. Eject. There it is. Choose eject from the file menu. And that would eject the disk automatically. So, there's a mechanism in there that is responsible for all that. And if it's not cleaned and lubricated properly, it just, isn't going to work right. Also, the display has been recalibrated to get it looking as best as it can. And also, importantly, the battery was removed. So yeah, that hopefully will be on its way soon. I'll probably get it sometime next week. I also ordered a floppy emu. I believe that is the correct official pronunciation of it, which basically emulates a floppy drive using an SD card. So I can, transfer stuff from my modern Macs onto a SD card and then load it up just like a floppy disk. So that'll be really cool. And I'm excited. Salt Ranger says, having something recapped is huge in terms of peace of mind. Yeah, definitely. Like, I feel pretty good that, this will last a pretty good amount of time without me having to, figure out how to make repairs and stuff. So hopefully that is the case. And at least, if nothing else, it should last a little while. Okay. Oh, Davor said can't do white in bitmaps. So specifically how it works is, let me show you actually. Library, that's the one I want. Okay, so I'm going to goof this up and just make sure not to save it. So here's our cool_s, and I just included a bunch of the brick as part of the pattern. Because the way World Builder works, you can have these bit boxes, and that's what contains some, bitmap graphics. We can go ahead and draw in here. So if we draw something like this, it's not enclosed, and it actually looks at the pixels to see whether the shape is enclosed. So that's going to be transparent. Whereas if we do a fully enclosed shape, it'll be opaque in the middle. So because of that behavior, which is pretty useful, it's a useful way to kind of solve this problem of like you don't really have any way to specify what should be transparent, right? It would have to store like a whole nother bitmap to accomplish that otherwise. So it works pretty well overall, but that means we can't, put a white outline around something, for example, unless we do some kind of trick like this. Yep. Okay. So that's everything I wanted to share, I think. So what the heck are we going to work on today? I think I maybe want to start with the plant or a watering can, maybe. Maybe I'll start with a watering can. That sounds slightly easier. But it'd be nice to get some more pieces of this plant growing puzzle in place. So we have in the greenhouse, we can walk up to this pot and let's see. So we have in here, we have our potato. And this kind of tells us what we need to grow this Electrolyptus plant. Oh yeah, I was going to give Culinary a shout out. Culinary has been playing Tomba 2. And then what's our other ingredient? The light bulb. So we can, let's see, I think I added support for a lot of different verbs here just because this is kind of the only context where we do this type of action, but we can just drop the bulb. And it tells us so we've buried it in the dirt. And another thing we need to do is have this dirt kind of form a mound as we put things in it. And then we can add the potato. So now we have a light bulb and a potato in the dirt. And then the remaining step to solve this puzzle is going to be to water it. Like the book had scribbled inside, just add water. So in order to do that, we need a thing to put water in. And then our only source of water in the game is going to be the toilet. So you will need to go get water from the toilet and then water the plant with that. And then I mentioned last week, I'm not exactly sure how to do this. Like we could, as soon as you water it, have the plant like grow before your eyes. That would be neat to see. But I don't know if I want to animate that. Like it sounds a little bit hard to make it look really good, right? Because we'll have to do at least a few different frames. I will definitely think about it. I think what I'll do is I'll draw the fully grown plant first, and then I'll kind of see how I feel about it at that point. How long do you want to be working on this? Yeah, that's a valid question.
Forever or less than forever?
Less than forever, ideally. At this point, like, if I get this done this year, that'll be pretty great. I definitely want to get it done this year. But I think we can do that. So yeah, so we're gonna the other alternative is, well, I guess there's a couple alternatives. It could just, suddenly appear fully grown. Like it's not going to look great if it does that, but it seems like a perfectly valid solution. And then the other thing we could do, we could just have it so you have to leave maybe, for a particular amount of time, which would be measured in turns, and then come back and it'll be fully grown. Something like that.
What if you did something where like you had to leave and then come back and it was like, a little sprout, and then you have to leave and come back and then it's fully grown?
Maybe.
Or would that just be needless busy work?
Maybe. Salt Ranger says maybe a dithering or fading in effect instead of animating sprouting. Yeah. If we were in HyperCard, that would be really easy to do. In here, we would have to manually create that kind of effect, which might be a little tricky, just because of the transparency stuff I just talked about. Not impossible, but tricky. So yeah, let's and then with the watering can, I think what I'm gonna do is have it so you just need to search this room and you'll like find it. That's not what I meant to choose. Search. And you'll find it like underneath here, back in the shadows or something. We'll just have some text to explain where you found it. But searching a room and, just discovering an item is a typical world builder thing. So I feel like that's a decent approach. Trying to find my notebook. That's the right one. Okay. Oh, right. We also have the cloth. Cloth is going to be tricky. I don't know how to draw that. We'll start with the watering can. I guess it could be, like, I was kind of picturing it kind of a balled up piece of cloth, but maybe it could be kind of folded over. That sounds a little simpler. Okay, let's look up a watering can. I think, hooray, it worked. For once, I set it up before stream. All right, so I've been kind of picturing a classic metal watering can, something like these. But I figure, as usual, we'll look over some options and see what seems like the right vibe. This is kind of interesting design. I guess I do kind of like this yellow one's kind of cute. Something a little less obvious, I guess.
Less obvious.
Yeah, like, I mean, this to me is like just
like a big clunky thing.
Super generic metal watering can, which, ain't nothing wrong with that, but might as well have a little bit of fun with it. I kind of like this just got a little bit of a rounded shape. I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. This is fun. But might be a little bit confusing.
I have a real little watering can in the other room. Do you want me to bring it in?
I mean, if you think it's a good design to use.
I think it's cute.
I can't picture what it looks like. So many choices. Okay, let's just kind of sketch some stuff here. I guess the spout typically goes way down to the bottom so you can get all the water out. Oh yeah, it's pretty cute.
Take care if you're tipping it over because it might have a little bit of water in it still.
Mm-hmm.
It's from IKEA.
Of course. Yeah, it's a pretty nice design. Shouldn't be too hard to draw with vectors. It's interesting that the spout is just a tiny little opening, as opposed to your typical, like, I don't know how you...
Sure, it's because this one's for indoor plants.
Yeah.
So you would want to be more careful with where you're applying the water.
Right. Which I guess is fine for what we're doing.
You could also, like, I've seen watering cans that have a removable, like this green cartoony one in your search results.
Mm-hmm.
Like it has like a shower head part that like screws onto the end, so you can have either a thin stream or a spread out stream.
Right.
So you could always, if you wanted to, add that shape.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Indigo Gamer. Is that a brass or copper handle on that teapot? I don't know.
I kind of think it's paint.
Is it?
Or powder coated or something.
Yeah, I was wondering if it might not be like what it's trying to look like.
I think it's like just enameled aluminum all over.
It's like a shiny gold color.
Yeah, it was very inexpensive. Probably like $8 from IKEA.
Strangest looking teapot.
Well, it's actually a watering can.
Yes.
For watering plants.
Yes. Okay. I think I'm all right with that. How big should it be?
Oh, here, that, this, like, teal blue little watering can in your search results has, like, the removable
yeah.
part.
This here. Was that Usagi hiding on the left? Oh!
Oh, on our microphone?
Yes. She's just hanging out there. Good eye. Have an all plastic watering pitcher I bought from Dollar Tree. Perfect. Okay. So I feel like this should maybe be about the size of one of these smaller pots. That seems like a good size to make it.
What's that round disc?
That's the cloth, of course.
Oh, okay.
That's my placeholder cloth graphic.
Gotcha.
So, are we going to do this in world? I said it wouldn't be too hard to do as a vector graphic. But now I'm just considering if that's actually what I want to do. Hello, Mzizzy. Great to see you. So, this is a great opportunity to talk about a thing that I wanted to share with everyone. First of all, y'all should follow Mzizzy. She is a wonderful person and one of my favorite streamers. Also, Mzizzy and Sonneveld have been working on a game, which I mentioned a couple times, called The Secret of Donkey Island. It is the first commercial Czech PC game. I'm about to go to an aviary, but wanted to say hi. Nice. Thank you for saying hi. And I hope you have a great time at the aviary. That sounds wonderful. So, Secret of Donkey Island is the first commercial Czech PC game, and not previously available in English. And they have been working on translating it. And I was given the opportunity to play it this week, and it was fantastic. I enjoyed it very much. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, it was really great, and I'm excited for it to come out, and I hope y'all will check it out when it's available. I was honestly very impressed. It was made by like two teenagers using school computers, and like you would not guess that based on what it is. It's certainly not a perfect game. Like it has some flaws. There's some things that are a bit challenging about it, but it's overall really well made and has some excellent art. The writing is very, very funny. It definitely got a lot of laughs out of me, and it was a great time. Some good puzzles too. Is it as good as Hugo 2? I'm going to say it's better than Hugo 2. I think it's now my favorite DOS game. You're welcome. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to play test it. I was very glad to have the chance to do that. So yeah, donkeyisland.zip will be the website where it is available. Quoting you on that, please do. I would be very happy to be quoted on that. I think I know when they're going to. If you want to share when it's going to be available, feel free to do that. I was going to ask you if I could say what I know about that, but I didn't want to pester you any further. But I hope that is all coming along well. Okay. Tuesday, Wednesday, the 20th in the Czech Republic. Nice. So, I guess it would depend what part of the 20th, what that is here. Probably part of the 19th would be the 20th there. We'll be streaming it on release. Nice. I will be looking forward to that. I was also, I don't know when, but I would kind of like to stream it myself at some point. Also, I wasn't joking about speedrunning it. Okay, what are we doing? I need a pot for size reference. Where's my pot? So I think I'll just take a screenshot of this. Just don't want to overlap with your birthday stream. Well, thank you. That's very considerate. It'll be the 21st here, so doubtful. Okay, good. Yeah, I was honestly kind of wondering about that, because definitely my birthday stream will be the 20th there. But that's great. I'm very excited about my birthday stream. If you weren't here at the beginning of stream, I stayed up too late last night organizing my Garfield gifts. I have a lot to sort through, and I'm very excited about them. Okay, where's our screenshot? Aviary. Sounds nice. Okay, so again, we're going to make it the size of one of these smaller pots. And a thing I realized when we were in World Builder just now and had all the items scattered around on the floor, I think I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that some of our objects are going to overlap if you happen to drop them all in one place. I think I just need to accept it. Just because we're running out of room, like, in this room, for example, we got these legs coming down here. So like our objects need to kind of be in this area here. And there's not a lot of room left for something that's this large. All right. I guess I really want to draw this in Mac Paint, so maybe I should just go with it. I didn't mean to do that, but here we are. I'm a very well-rested person. Probably not likely they'll all get dropped in the same place, I imagine. Oh, so you saying that, I feel like you probably don't realize how this works. Like, objects always land wherever you put them. So, like, the player doesn't have control over where they go. So yeah, like, the only way you can prevent overlapping is to make sure, if you have all your objects in the scene, you just have to make sure they don't overlap at all. Which most games I've seen don't bother to worry about that because there's kind of nothing you can do about it, right? It's silly to worry about it, but I have been worrying about it because we're making such a small game that I figured, we won't have that many objects. So, I might as well make sure that if people drop stuff, it won't overlap. But we're getting to a point where it's silly to continue worrying about that. I will certainly do my best to make sure it doesn't look too weird, but to some degree, I can only do so much. There's a lot of weird little limitations with World Builder. That's a different size. I'd say the same things all the time, but I would love to be able to align things. Long list of wants. I bet Super Paint has an align option. Oh yeah, I just remembered another thing I wanted to share. It's not that interesting, but it's kind of funny to me. So in the past, I've showed off these discs, Enchanted Scepters, which is the original game that was made with World Builder, and then this World Builder disc that has 1.1 written in ballpoint pen. I thought this was my only copy of World Builder. Like, why would I have two copies, right? Well, it turns out I also have one that is 1.0. Honestly, I feel like I probably just never saw them at the same time and assumed that they were the same disc. They look incredibly similar. So I don't know how that happened, but I have both versions. And then, of course, the version we're using is 1.2, which was... I don't think that was ever released on disc. It was released in 95 as freeware. So look at all those lovely discs. Let's see. I'm trying to think if I can identify whose emotes those are. I know that's mine, the first one. Okay, that is yours. I was wondering if the pink one was yours. And I know Fractal Mind Mike is at the end. Oh, and Sonnenvelds. I should have known that. And then the middle one. Okay. I did not follow them. Perhaps I should. Now I'm wondering. I bet I got more. No, I don't. Oh, I have this one. Sonnenveld's one isn't dark mode proof, unfortunately. I mean, it looks okay to me. It blends in a little bit. But I can see what's going on. Okay, so then the bottom shape is going to be the same as this. I just I just tried to do another thing that, is normal in a modern tool. Like typically if you have the lasso, you can hold down Option and click to draw points and it'll automatically connect them, but that wasn't a thing back then. Oh yeah, unrelated to World Builder, but I did. This popped in my head because of holding down keys on the keyboard. Oh no, I erased this line, but I didn't want to do that. We can fix it. We have the same line right here. If you watch my Tuesday stream, I had some minor difficulties with getting X-Files up and running in macOS 7.6, which I fortunately was able to solve all of them. The biggest one was that the saves weren't loading at all, and like the settings weren't being remembered. And it turned out X-Files game is not super well programmed, and it can't handle a period in the hard drive name correctly. Blame the aliens for the problems. I think that's fair. So as soon as I remove the periods, it all works fine. And then the other thing was that I had to use a setup running inside of Windows, which I don't normally do. So I didn't think to tweak everything. So, my keyboard has a command key, which, if I'm in Mac OS, I want to be able to use that like the command key, right? But every time I was pressing the command key, it was opening the start menu, which is not what I wanted. But fortunately, there are settings to get that all working correctly. So next stream should be much more problem-free, I think. I also figured out the step we were missing, which was just there was an item we had learned something about, so I had to talk to Skinner about that again to trigger the cutscene we were looking for. Okay, so this line can get out of here. That's okay. I don't love it, but it's okay. I feel like I could probably do better. Actually, let's move this up. That's better. Better proportions. Let's check the perspective on this. Yeah, I think that looks all right. I'm also wondering if it's maybe not wide enough. I kind of meant to make it wider, and then I just didn't do that. It's not bad. But I also don't like it. I like that better. That oval's not tall enough, though. I hate this, the way the oval breaks apart sometimes. Not a fan of that. Oh, right. Another thing we need to be aware of is not making this object too tall, since I've decided to make it in MacPaint. We should bring Lil Sweetie in here as a reference. She is exactly the maximum height of a bitmap object, which makes her very useful. We'll just delete all this. So while I have nothing else to talk about, we mentioned my birthday stream. I assume most of y'all have heard about my birthday stream at this point. But if not, or if you need a reminder, do I have a button for that? I don't think I have a button. But it'll come around eventually again. My birthday is Monday. It's also Garfield's birthday. Here's the link. And I'll be doing a special birthday stream just because, it seemed like fun. And let's see. I'm going to play. I've been wanting for a while to do like a little grab bag of old Mac games, mostly ones I grew up with. Might mix a couple other things in there just for fun. But just stuff that seemed like it'd be fun to share, but like is not worth like, trying to play all the way through or making a whole stream of. So I'll play a bunch of games like that. And it's not symmetrical. We'll just copy and flip it over. I also want to get some Dark Castle in. I'll probably play more Dark Castle than most of the other games I have planned for that segment. Just because that's a real good one. It's if you've never seen, I feel like a lot of, I assume a lot of people have maybe only seen like the colorized version, which I don't think is nearly as nice. It was originally designed in black and white. For a Macintosh like this, and I think the graphics just look so much nicer that way. And like the color version is just like, they took the same graphics and tried to colorize them as best they could, and they did a fine job, but I think it looks a lot more interesting in black and white. There's two games, Dark Castle and Beyond Dark Castle, and I'll probably play a little of both and just see how well I do. They're very difficult. Basically, the gameplay is like, it's a little bit platformer. So you're running around and jumping on different platforms. Sometimes like moving platforms. There's stuff like ladders and stairs to climb. And then you control your arm with the mouse, so you aim directly where you want to aim. And then sometimes you have to hit very, very tiny little objects like rats and bats that are coming at you. And basically, if you get hit once, you die. And then it resets the level you're on. It's very hard. I don't think I ever finished either game on my own. But they're just really charming. I love the graphics. The sounds are very enjoyable, and there's some funny ones in there. So there's lots of weird little guys. All kinds of good things. And then I also want to play some of that Garfield adventure game. Let's see, what's that called? I think I put it on the website. Garfield Attack of the Mutant Lasagna, which is a freeware game. It's a fan Garfield game. It was released, and I think within 3 days shut down due to legal threats. But it is still available online. And it was made in AGS, which is really cool, Adventure Game Studio, which a lot of games are made in. For example, that is what Julia Minamata is using for the Crimson Diamond. I'm trying to think of what else. I think Perfect Tides by Meredith Gran was made in AGS. StairQuest, I think? Yeah. Lots of little indie games. It seems like a pretty neat program. So I think that'll be fun. It sounds like it's pretty well made, like decent puzzles and stuff like that. So we'll just kind of play it for as long as seems entertaining. And then the last game I have lined up is The Secret of Monkey Island, which I wanted to have something that I knew I would enjoy playing, just in case, get tired of the other stuff and just want to have a nice time playing a game that's good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you wanted to have a good game in the lineup.
Yeah. Not that the other ones aren't good, but like, all the Mac stuff, like, I'll probably get tired of it after not super long, because some of them are just not that interesting to play for a long period of time. Other stuff like Dark Castle is just very challenging. Been watching Meredith's dev stream, super fun. Nice. Yeah, I follow her, but I have not had a chance to catch any of them so far. Occasionally I tune in, and it's not actually a dev stream. It's just, playing a game or something. And I'm like, shoot, maybe next time. But yeah, actually, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on stream. I backed Perfect Tides, and I still haven't finished it. I did a stream of part of it along with the Crimson Diamond demo. And that was a lot of fun, but I was like, I'm not going to play this whole game on stream because I want to be selfish and just enjoy it for myself. But you'll never guess what happened. I still haven't played. I played a little bit more of it at one point. Finally solved a puzzle I was stuck on after I looked up a hint. And that was kind of about it. I have a hard time finding time to play games for myself. That's honestly half the reason I started streaming, is just to make sure I found the time to play games. But yeah, I might stream the rest of that at some point, just because I really want to play the rest of it. But anyways, the thing I was getting to was I backed Station to Station. That's the sequel name, right?
That sounds right.
And I decided to go all out and at the last minute up my pledge to a level that would actually put me in the game as a character.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So yeah, that's very exciting. That looks pretty okay, I guess. Now this is gonna sound hilarious, but I'm worried it's a little too big now.
Did you make it wider or just taller?
I made it wider. That was the goal, was to make it wider. I might have also made it taller in the process. That might be the problem.
I feel like the proportions look identical.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
Okay. Well,
I wasn't looking the whole time.
That matches up with what I thought, which is that I made it taller as well. So we can fix that. Looks a little weird no matter what I do. Like the way this line hits the oval here, like it looks like there's a little bit of a bump here, which is more obvious if you look at the smaller version up here. But then if I change it like this, like it's hitting the oval too low, right? Mm-hmm. But there's not really any other thing I could do. That obviously looks terrible. I guess this is the least bad, so we'll go with that. Sometimes all you can do is pick the way that looks the least bad. I feel like the handle looks off to me. Maybe texture would help? The handle. I didn't draw a handle yet, so maybe that's the problem. This is meant to be just these two main shapes here. And then the handle will be like this. So yeah, if you thought it was like a handle along the top, then I agree that would look a little off. Okay, let's get Lillian over here. Okay, yeah, we're totally fine. This is not going to be taller than her. Ah, yeah. Okay. So, just trying to think of how to approach this. Let's save. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Let's save as. Watering can. Oh yeah, another thing I did today. We probably won't get to this today, but I'll mention it anyway. I finally took a reference photo for an Easter egg. So we have an Easter egg that we talked about a little. It's maybe been a while at this point, but there will be a way to basically come into the streaming room and you'll be kind of behind me, so you can kind of look over my shoulder and see that I am currently making the game that you are playing.
Kind of a stream ghost eye view.
Yeah. So I finally set up a tripod behind me and took a reference photo for that today. And I was also thinking that it would be appropriate, I think, if instead of my actual display, we had a little classic Macintosh that I'm working on instead. But otherwise, it will be an authentic stream room setup. I like little sweetie disapproving in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, notice that you used the disapproving sweetie face.
She was just the first one I grabbed because, that art was done more recently. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is duplicate this. And, okay, yeah, that's too rounded. Let's use this. So I'm just going to draw a couple rectangles and then cut out the parts we don't want. Just because that seems slightly easier than drawing several lines. Just trying to decide how far up and back this ought to go. Sure. I think I made it a little too centered. Let's fix that right now, actually. How thick do I want this? Probably 2 pixels wide in the middle. Res Mason, hello. Did I miss it? The thing you learned about World Builder that you wanted to share on stream. You did miss it, but it's simple enough that I'm happy to explain it again. So in coding certain actions, I had some difficulty. One thing I didn't share when I was telling the story earlier is that I feel like just watching other folks stream games that have text parsers, it seems like using get is a lot more common than take, which is fascinating to me. For whatever reason, I grew up using take. My main memory of this is in Zork and other Infocom games. That's just always the verb I've used. I don't know why. It's a whole letter longer, but that's just how it happened. So for me, that's like the default. But it turns out that so I had written some code that was handling something like take bulb, and that code wasn't running at all. And I finally took some time to just experiment and figure out what was going on there. And I eventually determined with like at least 99% certainty that if you type take in this game, even if it's like as part of a sentence, it will just convert that word to get before it hands the phrase off to your text parser. And this is not documented anywhere. So if you write code that says, if the text equals take light bulb, that will never get executed. Whereas if you use get, it will actually get executed if you type take or get, which is very weird. Dave Brubeck used take. That name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it.
It's the next comment, take 5, and then the emoji might be a hint.
It's not.
It's a jazz album.
Okay.
the Dave Brubeck Quartet.
Got it.
Album Take 5.
Thank you for explaining. Yeah, very weird, but I'm glad I was able to figure it out. So everything is working now, which is good because there's some specific instances where I think it would have been really confusing for players if we weren't able to respond to those commands. Oops. Honestly, I'm not that surprised that was just a weird thing that somehow didn't get documented. Actually, like the manual specifically says to use get and doesn't even mention take as an alternative. So, it might have just been something they programmed in a little bit last minute as a way to handle people typing take. But then two things, like there was a specific code example in the manual that uses take instead of get. Other examples do use get. And then the thing that surprises me most is Ray Dunnikin's documentation that came along with the freeware version that was released in 95. Didn't bring this up either. In fact, his code samples check for both separately, which is what I'm doing too, but it's not necessary. Because if you just check for get, it'll automatically handle take. Very, very strange. Hello, Bridgewater. Welcome. Get to and call me in the morning just doesn't have the same ring to it. Agreed. Okay, so I was gonna draw two rectangles and go from there, but at this point I'm just kind of doing whatever. We'll eventually have a complete handle. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Let's bring this up a little more. I'm looking at this corner here. Hello. And like I don't like this type of rounded corner because it looks a little bit more like it's diagonal. Like these two corners here look like sharp points. So I try to round it a little bit more, but I feel like this is going to be too rounded. So I think we might just live with it. It doesn't look bad. It just, I'd prefer it look a little bit more smooth. It's fine. Rez Mason says, so basically everybody used take. That's interesting. What are you basing that on? Also, my wife and I had this watering can. I think she just donated it. Nice. Yeah, if you missed it, we're actually using a IKEA watering can as reference here. The manuals and guides and your memory of World Builder as a youngster are all you have to go by. Yeah. I've never used World Builder, but I've almost certainly played some World Builder games back in the day. Nice. Yeah, I had played... Actually, maybe all I had ever played when I was younger was Enchanted Scepters, which was the original game it was made for. I was aware of a bunch of others. We used to get these like shareware books from a company called EduCorp. And I would always flip through those and look at stuff, and like you could basically just pick out some stuff you wanted, and they'd send you a disc with the shareware on it. And but for some reason I never picked up any other World Builder games. But Ray Dunnican made a bunch. They were pretty well known. A Big Mess of Trouble, I think, is one of the better known ones. I believe that's correct. Something along those lines, at least. And then Louise Hope, or Lucy's World, made a bunch that seemed to be pretty well known as well. Grey Tower, I think, is one that I was looking at. I'd still like to play some of those at some point, but I think since this has gone on so long, we'll probably take a break from World Builder for a little bit. Also, I just remembered Swamp Witch, which is a game I very well remember the title screen of, and I have been wanting to play. I might do that on one of my Tuesday streams at some point. It looks I don't know how the end of that sentence goes. It looks like it would probably be very entertaining. It has art swiped from, I'm pretty sure there's some stuff that came from Shadowgate or Uninvited. I think some is original art. The main characters in Swamp Witch are the developers' kids. And then also I love this. The manual is you want a copy of this game with your own kids in it? I'll do that for you. Just, send me some photos and the names and stuff. And there's, I guess the parents, are part of the story at some point. So you can get your whole family in there. and get a custom version made. I want to say the manual says this would cost like $125 or something,
It's a bargain,
but don't quote
honestly.
me on that. And obviously, that was many years ago. But that game looks pretty delightful. It's also got some toilet monsters, which we all love. I prefer Bird Wielder. What I meant was the thing you learned about Get Take eluded you because one, the resources you have all use Take, and two, the people who'd inform you otherwise aren't around because it's no longer the 80s. Yes, yes. Thank you for clarifying. Why am I thinking silence is golden, but remember, I like to talk to you? I don't know. These are the pitfalls of building things the old way. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like the trickiest thing about building stuff in World Builder now is it's very hard to find any information about it. First of all, there might have been some stuff on mailing lists or whatever at some point, but there's probably not a lot of stuff online in general. Second of all, since then, there have been many other things called World Builder. There's been a Lego World Builder. There's a fairly recent indie make your own 3D environment thing that's currently on Steam called World Builder. There's multiple other things. So if you just want, original normal World Builder for Macintosh, it gets a little tricky to search for anything. Honestly, I would love if technology would, help solve the problem of trying to find documentation of and discussion of older things in general. I feel like Google in particular was already not great and almost seems like it's getting worse at finding older information. Maybe I just don't know how to coerce it into that anymore. I don't know.
No, I feel like I've seen a lot of people recently talking about how even the tricks they used to know how to get Google to spit out usable information are largely not working anymore.
Right. 6-7 says we should have realized it considering the legendary Get Ye flask. It was something that some games said when you turned off Macintalk. Oh, interesting. Now that you're saying that, that seems almost familiar. I think you're managing very well, all things considered. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like I've managed to, the Ray Dunnican documentation has been great for most stuff, and I've managed to experiment to answer other questions I've come across. So I'm happy with how things have been going. Whoops. Salt Ranger says you're not wrong. Google is objectively getting worse. Cory Dr. Rose got good writing on why. Yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't just me, but that's kind of all right. Let's draw the spout and then see how it looks as a whole. The spout's going to be a little bit trickier because we want a nice curve to it. And our options for that are... Oh, interesting. This tool, I haven't really used this tool in Mac Paint specifically, but I think it's a little bit... Oh, yeah, it's actually smoothing. It's really subtle, so it's hard to tell. But it's, it's not just drawing the pixels I'm going over, perfectly, which is kind of how World Builder does it. It's, doing some work to give me a nice clean line, which is really, really cool. So let's try that, and then we can try to clean it up. I've been doing curve shapes oftentimes by just kind of doing a polygon, and then I kind of clean it up afterward. which, is a decent option. But this might work a little better. Standard tech business practice: provide good service, ruin or purchase your competition, then please the shareholders and let the service do whatever. Yeah. Gotta love it. This is definitely going to take me a few attempts to get anything close to what I'm after.
The spout's not actually that curved on the actual watering can, is it?
Here, let me draw it a little bit separately. It comes out straight,
Mm-hmm.
and that's got a curve here,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm having a hard time doing nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, the main part of it has a gentle curve to it.
Okay.
Which I have not drawn very well, but,
Sure.
I mean, you can kind of see this is relatively accurate to the real thing.
Honestly, if I picture it in my head and, like, from what I can see of it at an angle on the desk right now, I was picturing it a much more straight spout.
Sure.
Which, I mean, you could always draw. No one would have to know.
Sure. This one's not bad. We'll start with that and then clean it up manually.
Yeah.
Atkinson, you clever devil, indeed.
Swedish water pours at 45-degree angles.
Oh, right. We'll do that. That's not too bad. I already been thinking about digging out one of my 68K systems primarily for HyperCard. But, very curious what the but is. I actually ordered a Mac Plus off of eBay just the other day. Because I have been really wanting an actual system to play around on. Actually, another thing I immediately thought of when I was considering this purchase is it'd be cool if I could actually stream from it, right? It sounds like that's possible, but not easily. Like at some point, someone had made a card for it that basically connected to the SCSI port in the back and would give you an HDMI output, which is so cool. But as far as I can tell, they're no longer available. I found a blog post from someone detailing the process of making one for themselves. But it might be a little bit beyond my technical capabilities. And also, like, you have to get a circuit board printed. So, like, they had to, like, order, like, 10 of them, like, whatever the minimum was. So it probably wouldn't be the cheapest thing to build. But I will certainly look into that further at some point. And I will also see if I can figure out some way to just, like, record the screen. I know, like, CRT scan lines are going to be an issue with that, but, maybe I can get something working well enough to be watchable. Maybe something like an OSSC could handle an output from that. I don't know what that is. Definitely getting more tempted. Nice. SCSI. Was that the magic word that teleported data around? Yes. Also, if anyone is familiar, it's SCSI is the acronym. I don't actually know what that stands for. I'm sure I knew at one point, but I no longer remember. But is typically pronounced SCSI. I'm pretty sure that is how normal people say it. Okay. It's not bad. Now that I see it, I don't know that I love the handle. Like, I don't dislike it.
Sure.
But
What if it was
it looks a little bit awkward, I guess.
Sure.
Is the best way I can think of to describe it. I feel like that's Well, realistically, that's probably not too long, but it looks long to me. So I feel like it should have that kind of thing going on. I don't know. It's tricky. Maybe that looks weird. Open source scan converter. It'll handle VGA component and a couple other things. SCART converts to HDMI. Okay. There is no video output whatsoever on these computers, which is the problem. Shove cable sideways in. Oh God! Now I'm remembering all sorts of wonderful things like SCSI devices had to have a terminator on them. Like, computers used to be so much harder. Like, you were supposed to shut down your computer before you plug things in. Things being hot swappable was such an exciting development in technology. And like SCSI, you could daisy chain devices. So like you could have, something plugged into your computer, and that would have a spare port so you could plug something else into it. But then at the end of that chain, you had to have a terminator, which is just a little thing that goes into the port and does nothing. People can't memorize computer industry acronyms. Exactly. SCSI terminators are also known as false harmonicas. That's great. Also an accurate description, I think. It's kind of what they look like. Okay, so I'm going to copy that in case I change my mind. Thank you for clarifying that you did just make that up. I figured it was good odds, but also seemed believable. Yeah, I like that a little shorter. And then I do think I would like this better if it was rounded, or at least more rounded. Mm-hmm. So first I'm going to try more rounded, and we'll see how that looks. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but my knee keeps rubbing against the desk, and it's making a squeaking noise.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. I don't know why it's squeaking.
I can't imagine that got picked up on stream that much, but I could hear it.
Sure. I keep noticing it, and I thought I would bring it up in case anyone was wondering. Terminators don't do nothing, but explaining what they do is a bit tricky, especially since there's more than one kind of Terminator. Yeah, I certainly could not tell you anything about what is the purpose of a SCSI terminator. That's better. I like that more.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still not quite happy with it.
Make it longer? Stick out more from the side?
Maybe.
What did you go O about?
I went O because we have made a shape that's too opaque. It's fine. We can solve this. We do have the technology to solve this. We have to make the handle separate.
Okay.
And just cut that out carefully and then paste that on top. So that'll be an enclosed, like, C-ish shaped thing.
Okay.
And then the rest of it will be the rest of it. And we'll just line them up. I think the lack of a distinct hole on top makes it a little hard to visually identify. Interesting.
Yeah, you need to have an opening to put the water into.
Yeah, like this opening here. Like I just hadn't drawn that yet.
Oh, okay.
But I do wonder if, let's try this. Instead of having this come to the center, let's move it forward more so I can have the opening be a little bit more clear. Could be better.
Lazy hack I would do is just draw a line top to bottom and then fill it in black.
Yeah, that's not bad. We could get away with that for sure. I might actually go a little bit different than that and try to give like a little bit of a white line here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
So you're kind of like seeing the inside edge a little bit there.
Right. Something looks just a little bit odd about it to me. Kind of looks okay, I think. A Bridgewater is giving lots of information about terminators. The main thing is that they damp reflected wavefronts. The PCI bus is designed around not being terminated. Bus drivers only drive to half the detection threshold and rely on the reflected wavefront to push whatever signal high enough to be detected. Interesting. It's mostly over my head.
Same.
But sometimes it's nice to read a thing you don't fully understand just to like absorb a little bit about it. Like, I feel like the way I learn things, like I need some information I don't quite grasp to like kind of build a foundation to eventually, you know, learn on top of.
Right. I feel like this is how I absorb Genshin lore and synthesize it and try to process it. I just sort of like let facts and words and phrases just kind of wash over me, and then maybe 3 months later I'll see something new and I'll be like, I have connected the dots, and then I absolutely cannot explain to anybody what I have just figured out.
So I think this situation is pretty good. I do wonder if maybe it would look a little nicer if this had a little bit more of a curve or something. Like, I think mostly what's bothering me is like how high up this part is. Like, I feel like it should come down more, and then this should also be a little bit more rounded. I just think that would look nicer to me. So let's see if we can do that. Let's save. I haven't done that in a bit. Also, I just remembered a thing that keeps happening, which is hopefully it won't be a concern tonight, but our internet keeps going out at like, I think the earliest it's happened is maybe around 1 a.m., which is frequently a time when I am still streaming. The first time it happened, it was like half of the websites I went to would load and the other half would not. The next time it was just the whole internet went out for a minute or two, and then
separate from when the Wi-Fi router decides to take a break.
Oh yeah, that happened also, which is a different problem, but that doesn't cut out the stream. Like,
right.
These other problems, just, you know, it was the ISP being completely down for a period of time. So if it's getting late and the stream suddenly goes offline, that's what happened. FYI. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. let's do that. And then just take the arc that we want. Keep hearing weird noises outside.
I think
You
it's
hearing those?
fireworks.
Okay. It was just very distant.
Yeah, very distant fireworks, I'm pretty sure. It's the time of year for it, for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's the time of year when there's fireworks every weekend.
Sometimes in the middle of the week.
2 to 3 months. Wow, that's actually pretty spot on. I didn't think the curve I did there would match up quite right because I was just eyeballing it. It's a little bit off, but not too bad. That's better. Eventually, I'll be happy with this, I think. Thank you, Res Mason. It's getting there. I feel like I want this to be a little more curved now. I don't know why Automod objected to that.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read the reason why it was held before you approved it.
The phrase that Automod objected to was "looked like that my wife," which I mean, I guess I can see what it was.
What was the thing I had to approve the other day?
I don't know.
Can you burn?
Can you burn?
Like, I guess that is a phrase that a person could say to another person in a hateful way, but it's kind of hilarious to imagine.
Automod, not a wife guy. I guess not.
Yeah.
Res Mason actually said, if ours looked like that, my wife wouldn't have gotten rid of it. I appreciate the compliment, even if Automod did not. What happened there? That didn't come out right. Huh. Why? Oh. What? What did I do? I think that's pretty good. I'm mostly happy with it. I wouldn't say 100% happy with it, but maybe we'll call it good there. I will say, now that I have these two versions, and this is why I like to, keep some copies. I'm honestly not sure which one of these two I like better. I might like this one a little bit better, even though I wasn't happy with it at the time. Anyone else want to put a vote in for rounded or squarish?
I feel like the roundedness isn't the issue, but maybe just the fact that the curve is too close to the body of the watering can.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm pretty sure the purpose of the squareness of the handle on this real watering can that is not in frame on stream right now is to have, like, a maximum amount of space between the body of the can and the corner of the handle.
Right.
So there's room for your knuckles.
Right.
So I feel like if you could maybe... I don't know. I guess I don't know how you could do that without basically having to redraw the whole thing. Just make more space. between the curve of the handle.
On the curved one?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have to redraw it to fix that. I mean, we can try right now. We just got to extend it a little. Might want to remove the lines between the body and the handle spout so it doesn't look like a handle. Like the handle and spout are a tube going behind the body. Oh, like this here? Yeah, there's definitely like little things I will still tweak, I think. I'm not going to mess with that just yet, but we will come back to it. Yeah, that does look better. For sure. Now the problem is I'm even less certain which one I prefer. Because that looks a lot better. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe I do like that one better now. Okay. So let's take that and finish it up. In addition to tweaking little lines and stuff, we need to think about shading. I'm inclined to maybe shade it kind of similar to the one we're modeling it off of. Mostly because if it's white, then we'll just do some subtle shadowing, I guess, on the left side here to match the way we've done the light on the pots. I just realized y'all can't see what I'm pointing at on the left side here to match the way the pots look. And then the handle could be a darker color just to give it a little interest. Hello, Sleepy Mushroom. If you want the game to depict your own watering can, send a $125 check to the address in the About box. And a blank floppy. That's great. I'd be happy to provide this service. Okay,
Would you retain the same price for custom game assets?
Yes. These custom watering cans aren't cheap.
Oh, I was thinking $125 for a bespoke version of the game with one's own watering can.
Yeah.
It was kind of low.
Oh, low. Okay, I see. Maybe.
Like we were talking $125 in like 1980 something dollars before.
Oh, sure, but that was like scan your kid's photo, put your kid's photo in multiple places in the game, update all the name references, which is a lot of work. At some point, the parents come up, so those have to get pasted in there as well. But in this case, we're just doing one custom graphic, so I feel like $125 isn't too bad. I mean, I feel like I could do a custom watering can within an hour, especially once I get the hang of it, right? Because, the orders are going to come pouring in with that kind of deal.
But what if it was just really intricate? A really ornate watering can.
I suppose that is a good point. I just interpreted the watering can as a cute robot with noodle arms scratching its head. I love that. It's a very good interpretation. Where do you think its eyes are? Here? That one came out weird. Yeah. That's great. All right. So then the handle, maybe this. Is this going to look bad when it's on that background? Also, do I want this? Like, the one we're modeling it after, this is the same finish as the body of it, but we don't necessarily have to do that. So we could do this in the same handle material. Maybe that doesn't look as good though. And then let's try, I think removing that line is the right move. And we could also potentially, I'm going to copy this before I do this. I'm just going to experiment with adding like a highlight along the edge here. Yeah, that's what I was worried of. That's a good idea, but because it's only a couple pixels wide, it's too big of a highlight. I might be able to do it in a slightly different way. 6-7 follows up. There you go. It's your little companion, and its catchphrase is, "What do we do now?" I love it. Yeah, I think. What do y'all think? Are we there?
It might be hard to judge until you actually have it in the scene.
Yeah, that's fair. That didn't work out. Another thing I was considering is, let's make another copy before I try this. Just this line here, you know, it's not really it's not a separate piece, it's just like a hard transition. So it should maybe be a little bit you know, not as solid a line.
Yeah.
Got a little messy. It looks a little bit odd, but I think I'm happy with it. I don't think there's a perfect way to do those dots, but it's fine. This looks a little better than the solid. Thank you for the fanfare, Salt Ranger, and thank you, Res Mason. Okay, so let's see what that looks like on the background now. First, we'll do it in here. Let's actually just kind of fake this a little bit. Since we have this opaque area, I'm just going to kind of drop it in there. And then I'll just fill this in with the pattern. So it'll look something like that. We could also, and I'm saying this mainly because like these patterns always end up lining up kind of weird. Like there's these kind of little blobby sections just due to the way the pattern lines up. We could maybe have it, well, it would be tricky and maybe it's not worth it, but we could have it appear on the counter when you find it. The only reason that's tricky is then we just need to have two versions of the object. But we've done that lots of times. Let's see what it looks like up there. maybe do something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably just not worry about the blobby things. All right, let's drop it in there and see what it all looks like in the actual scene. So in order to do this and make the inside of the handle transparent, we need two objects. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll manually erase a bunch of this. Oh, God. It got hard to look at. It's hard for me to tell what's actually part of the handle here. Huh. Why did that come out so weird? I guess just the way patterns are lining up. I guess ultimately it doesn't matter that much as long as we end up with all the right pixels and line them up correctly. So then this, we need to delete the handle. Should work out okay. Res Mason says the icons of the Xerox Alto files and folders were carefully designed to accommodate the dotted pattern of the background to avoid blobs. A very smart move. Okay, so I'm going to start by pasting this in this scene because the main scenario where the player will see this is in the greenhouse after they've searched for it. So we want to make sure it looks its best in this situation where they first find it. Another thing we could conceivably do is change this pattern. Is that the right shape? Yeah. I don't know if I like that. Looks too light, and it's also the same pattern we have here, but it does blend a little bit better with the watering can. Tricky. I wish some of these weirder ones were just different grays. But what you gonna do? You know, that might not be terrible. We can make this. Well, oh. That's not what I meant to select there. I can't decide if I like that. Meant the Xerox 6085, whatever. Yeah, I wasn't sure what the actual thing was called.
This is your beep boop take a break reminder.
Noted. I'm just looking at the way the handle lines up here. I feel like I goofed something up ever so slightly. Let's see if we can fix it. I think that... Oh yeah, that looks better. Okay. And I would love to put a little bit of a shadow underneath this, especially since we have shadows on all these pots. But the shadow would also show up in other scenes, and I don't know that we necessarily want that. Just trying to find the best place to put this. Like, I think if we try to put a shadow on it, it's gonna look very weird in at least one other scene. I said that I'm going to try to not worry about things overlapping anymore, but it's going to be very hard for me to actually do that. I think we'll go with that for now. Actually, let's try moving this over one more pixel. I like that slightly better. It's not terrible. Yep. Okay, and we don't already have an object for this. Object data. This is going to start out in storage since you have to search to find it. It has some value. And then we need a little bit of code to find it. Oh wow, there's so little code in this room. I'm just trying to remember how we handle search, if that has to be exact or not. Where's another room where you could search for something? Mostly we want to be consistent. Backyard. Equals equals. Okay. Just copy that chunk. Equals equals is checking for an exact match. Which I think is good because, you know, if they happen to type search flower pot, for example, you know, they wouldn't find the watering can in a flowering pot. And generally, if someone is going to search in a world builder game, they're just going to pick the menu command anyway, so... let's see. So this will only happen if the ooh, do we need a variable for this? Oh no, we can just check if the watering can is in storage. So once it's moved out of storage, then this code will never be appropriate again. And I can't think of any reason we would ever put it back in storage. So if watering can, whoops, equals storage, and in this kind of check, it's always one equal sign. God, everything's so fast when you just have a little bit of code. So then we want to change up this text. Looking under the benches? Is that the appropriate word? I can't remember if we've referred to these like tables or benches in the greenhouse in other text. Let's check the description. The room is lined with benches. Okay. Let's change this slightly. Far back underneath the benches, you find a small watering can. It's empty. Just to point out that there's no water. And they'll only see this the first time they find it, so we don't need to like keep track of whether there's water in it for this code in particular. And then we need to move the watering can to scene. And that should all work now. While I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and our global code. Rez Mason says, I like that all the strings are without quotes in this language. It's like they're free. Yeah, it is interesting. Okay. This is just my cheat code that moves all the movable items in the game to the current scene for various testing reasons. And it's tasteful. It's from IKEA. They gave it a human name with an umlaut and everything. I like that. I will totally put it in the game if we can figure out a fake name for IKEA. I'm not that worried. I have the tiniest amount of concern over some company getting upset we put their name in our weird little world builder game. It's quite small, but honestly, I've been threatened by a lot of large corporations with lawsuits, more times than I care to think about. I wouldn't say a lot, but like more than most people, I think. So, I'm a little cautious about this stuff. All for absolute bullshit reasons, just to be clear. Res Mason says what? I'm trying to think. One I guess I don't mind sharing is I used to be in a band, and we chose the name Liquid Plumber, spelled normally, which we thought surely was totally fine, legal distinction. Simply two English words. I don't know that we were necessarily right about that, but an important thing to consider with lawsuits is it doesn't necessarily matter if you're legally okay to do something. You still might have to defend that position in court if it comes down to it. And that was not something we were prepared to do for our high school band, just simply so we could keep liquidplumber.com. So, the good news with that story is that we got $100 for our domain name, and everyone was moving on anyways, so we were going to break up anyways, so it didn't really matter. We got $100. The other main lawsuit in my life, I can't really talk about, and it's related to my current business, so I'm not comfortable doing so.
That wasn't actually a lawsuit, right? There was a threat.
No, I mean it was again just a threat of a lawsuit.
Right.
And it was again kind of bullshit reasons.
Oh, it was super bullshit.
Also, I think the company doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, they fucked around done too much.
And
finally,
they found out.
Somebody with the wherewithal to stand up to them made
Which
them find out.
Was very, very satisfying to hear about.
Liquid Plumber is great at breaking things up.
So true. So yeah, like since the company doesn't exist anymore, I would want to, read over the agreement we signed before I said anything.
Honestly, like the less we honor the memory of the bullshit company that caused us a lot of stress a few years ago, the better.
Sure.
Also, I was out of the room for a while. Are we talking about having some kind of cheeky IKEA reference in the
yeah
of this watering can? Is that really necessary?
No.
Okay.
It's not necessary. But I was open to it.
Sure. I guess I would say, like, if you're even a tiny sliver of worried about IKEA coming after you, the easiest solution is to just not.
Sure. Salt Ranger says Google translates furniture in Mubel. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's two O's with umlauts, which is Estonian. Interesting. Swedish is a single O with an umlaut, if you want to stand in. It's kind of fun. I was just wondering if we can type those in this. Let's find out. It seems somewhat limited in the special characters we can use. I'm trying to think of specific examples. Like, I don't think I can get curly quotes, but I feel like I've been able to do some other characters. I also don't know how we would enter that in this system software. Okay, option doesn't give me anything, so I don't know how we would get that character. I guess we'll just skip it for now. It was a good idea. Culinary says that's a very good band name, though. Thank you. I appreciate it. I did. For our second album, we released a cassette tape, and then 2 CDs, and played a bunch of shows, including at the Blind Pig a few different times, which is a pretty well-known place in Ann Arbor. Lots of big bands have played there. We only ever got to headline on a weekday, of course, a Wednesday when not that many people would show up. It was still pretty cool. But our second CD, I created an enhanced CD for it in Director. And I got it out recently thinking it would be cool to share, but there's a lot of personal information in there. It's kind of hilarious how much is in there. I don't want to dox myself too bad on stream, so oh well. At some point I might kind of write myself detailed notes on what screens I can go to safely or something like that. But I figure I'm not in a rush right now. All right, what are we doing? I think we're testing out the code we just wrote.
You're taking a break.
Am I?
It's been 2 hours. You should get up.
I think I'm testing out the code and then taking a break. It won't take long. So we're here already, and we just need to do a search. And there's a watering can. Far back underneath the benches, you find a small watering can. It's empty. Pick it up. Have the watering can. We can drop watering can. We can sheet items. There's all our items. So our watering can is on top of the bone. That's okay. We can live with that, I think. Maybe. I'll definitely adjust it a little bit to make it look slightly less weird, but it's not terrible. Enhanced CDs are the best CDs. I agree. Very much so. My high school band's name was Jaws versus Chucky, and that definitely would have gotten us sued. Yeah, maybe by 2 different companies, unless those are all part of the same ownership. All right, Now I'm going to actually take a break. I will be back in a few minutes. And then what are we going to do after this? We'll draw a plant or maybe a folded up piece of cloth. I'll think about that. Back in a few. Okay, let's figure out this cloth. I think it'd be nice to have that done. We have most of it done. We just need the on the ground appearance. Let's, to help us, south is what I meant. Actually, would cheat, so we don't have to get the key. So we find this cloth by breaking the vase. The vase here, oh, is this something I did between streams? I think it is. And I forgot to put it in my notes as a thing to talk about. So I'm pretty sure that was since last stream. But we wanted to reference Colossal Cave here. When I first played Colossal Cave on stream earlier this year, or was that this year?
I think so.
Might have been late last year. But there's a vase, and it's a treasure. But I guess when I found it, I didn't necessarily know that it was a treasure. I thought maybe there was a treasure inside of it for some reason. So I got the vase and I smashed it on the ground. And then I also tried to pick up the shards. And the game had some very funny responses to these actions. And we were trying to remember what the wording of those was. And it ended up being like, the funny bits were kind of split across a few different responses to things. So I worked in a couple of them. And then I also, like, there's a lot of different ways you can word breaking the vase that I wanted to respond to appropriately. Like, you can kick the vase, you can just type something like break vase, which is, gives us more freedom in how to respond to that action. But, kick is a very specific action. And it seemed like that should work as well. So if we just type break vase, then we get a response that, oops. You take the vase and hurl it delicately to the ground. The piece of cloth that was trapped inside the vase is finally free. So here's our piece of cloth here. And then also, if you click on the shards, it says the floor is littered with worthless shards of pottery, which again is directly from Colossal Cave. And then my favorite, take shards. You can't be serious. So here's our cloth here. Currently this little orb. So I think that's about the size we want, maybe a little bit smaller. But this is the thing we can hold up at the bus schedule to find the secret code. So I think I was initially thinking this would just be kind of a bunched up piece of cloth, but that's going to be a little bit hard to draw. That's not the thing. That's the thing. Bundle of cloth? Okay. Let's try bunched up cloth. Okay, that's a little bit more like what I was thinking. Like, I mean, that's not great, but it's some kind of reference to go on. But I feel like maybe rather than that, it makes more sense to have something that's just kind of a folded up piece of cloth. So what's something we could search for? Maybe just folded towel. So yeah, something kind of like this is what I'm picturing. And then I guess since we have cutouts in it, we can maybe kind of suggest one of those. I don't know. Just an idea. So something like that. Pretty simple enough. I figure it doesn't doesn't have to look perfect as long as it kind of looks like a folded up piece of cloth and, you know, is at least distinct from the other, the shards of pottery.
I got distracted with text messaging my family, but I was going to suggest just draw an irregular lump with some creases in it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like this works well enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this will definitely do in... Well, let's take a screenshot here. And we'll do this in MacPaint as well. How are we doing on game size here? 153 and 131. Okay, so that's 284 total. Again, we're trying to keep this under 400K if we can, but as long as the game itself is under 400K, I think that's the most important thing. This we don't need anymore. Whoops. Okay, so I'm going to make it about this size, but like maybe a teeny bit smaller. Let's do a little polygon version to start with. And I guess this is kind of tricky because this room's perspective doesn't quite match most of the other rooms in the game. So if I draw it to fit here, it's gonna look a little bit odd anywhere else. So I think what I'm gonna do is just, well, ultimately I'll just do my best, right? I'm not gonna worry too much about the perspective looking perfect in this room. But I don't want it to be too far off. What's this, a paella? What? This is a piece of cloth that's folded up. I'm doing my best. I don't think that's good. I don't like it. Get rid of this texture. I want to be able to draw it right in here so it's a little easier to see how it looks in the room. Oh, you were looking at the circle in the hallway. Yeah, that was just a very quick placeholder object. I just wanted something that I could click on to get the code for the object all in the game. So I think that's not too bad. It's maybe a little too big still. Just a teeny bit too big. Silver, hello. I'm technically still streaming right now, but they announced a 7th Guest VR remake. Didn't they do that a little bit ago? Also, good to see you. You should maybe get back to your stream, but thank you for sharing this information. I haven't had a chance to watch that Video. I'm very intrigued. Okay, that looks like garbage, but I think the size is about what I'm going for. Oh, Res Mason said, I just cooked and ate a quesadilla, so my mind is in the wrong space. That's, I think, entirely reasonable. I definitely know the experience of too much cheese, being lactose intolerant.
That just means your too much cheese threshold is lower than other people's.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's get some more lines in here, like this. Should come across here, and then up, and then back over this way. Hey, yeah, it's starting to look like something. What do you know? I think I like this squared off better. Even though neither way is quite what I wanted. I forget how I described this in the game, but it might be worth specifically calling it a folded up piece of cloth. just so it's more clear what you're looking at here. I'm not sure I actually want to draw the like little suggestion of the cutout part here. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I do because it might be worth pointing that out in the description of the object. So like, you know, if you can see it while it's folded up, then it makes sense to call it out in the description. Okay, so let's give that a little bit of shading. You get pizza without cheese then. So I can have, I mean, everybody with lactose intolerance has kind of a different level of lactose intolerance. But cheese, fortunately, most cheeses don't have a lot of lactose. Like something like a fresh cheese is going to have more. So usually I can get away with cheese not being a problem.
It just means we're using the, like, you know, bagged, pre-shredded Kraft mozzarella instead of, like, a nice fresh mozzarella.
Right. Here lies Res, Gessiata, dialed back all that ricotta. A wonderful tribute. I already did that. I'm trying to figure out how to shade this a little. So we have a light up here on the ceiling, and I think this is going to go here-ish. So this side here should have some shadow. And what pattern do we want to use? I don't know. That might look okay. It's not great. try other options. I also wonder if it's maybe a little bit too thick. I didn't mean to duplicate that object. I meant to move it out of the way. Oops. And then duplicate this one. So let's make this a little thinner. Just to see how it looks that way. And then I guess the other thing that's bugging me a little bit is just the way the lines, like this distance here is bigger than this distance here, so it doesn't like quite look square, which like that was a little bit intentional. I don't want it to look too square, but it's doing a weird perspective, I think. So maybe let's redraw this line up here. It's better. Whoops. Let's do that. Now I'm just being fussy, but that's okay. I can be fussy if I want to. Yeah. Pretty sure I like it better anyway. Now about the shading. This just comes out kind of messy with the way the pattern lines up against all these lines. So I think I'm going to try the medium gray. That's kind of like the safest one, I think. I was just suddenly thinking about, like, I keep calling that a medium gray because, you know, it's like a 50% gray, right? Like, you know, half the pixels are white, half the pixels are black. Mm-hmm. I feel like someone else kept calling it a checkerboard. I can't remember who is using that term. But it's always interesting what, you know, terms different people come up with.
Right.
You know, especially back then, you know, in the pre-internet days, for, you know, things you might need to reference frequently. That's honestly far worse. But we tried. From the debris dispersal, you clobber that vase. Yeah, we definitely don't go easy on it. We hurl it delicately to the ground, which I think is a wonderful description that also kind of leaves some room for interpretation. Like, what does that mean exactly?
Right.
To me, like, when you say hurl it delicately to the ground, I just kind of picture raising it above your head and just kind of slow motion, just smashing it with as much force as possible Um, and it's absolutely happening in slow motion, I think is key. This guy chowed on provolone, all that's left of him is bone. I'm just imagining, like, there's lots of old adventure games where you have a cemetery and you can go around and read all the tombstones, like King's Quest 4, King's Quest 8. There's got to be other ones that aren't King's Quest. But it'd be funny if there was just a cemetery where everyone died of eating too much cheese. Gobbled up lots of Swiss, too much cheese, he'll be missed. If we for some reason had a cemetery in our game, I would strongly consider this. Let's see what else we got here. Maybe this one? Actually, before I do a pattern, let's duplicate this with the guidelines so we can try multiple patterns a little bit more easily. Oh, they're just all going to be bad, aren't they? There's no winning, I think. I might just go with this one because I feel like that's kind of the value I want. And if it's all going to look bad, I might as well at least have the correct level of gray. I don't know. Ugh. Should I not use a pattern? This looks even worse than this one. I mean, I could just go back to this. Maybe I should. I'm going to do that. The online cheese eater graveyard. Wonderful. I'm trying to think of what's a good top level domain you could use for that website. There's so many top level domains now. I cannot keep track of them all.
Okay. Ooh. It's fine.
Sure.
It's just, furniture. Making noises.
Mm-hmm. Why'd he swallow all that cheddar? Hope he's now someplace better. I can't decide. Maybe I'll try plopping this one in the game. Like, out of these, I think that's my favorite. I'm not opposed to... Actually, let's try this. Let's try just manually doing something with this. Like, this doesn't look right. It's too bright white. Like, there needs to be something.
Sure.
So I'm thinking maybe if I just kind of manually do some stuff here, it'll all work out somehow. We'll see.
Manual stuff doing.
Exactly. Like that's just kind of giving it a little bit of a line there, and then crap. I'm going to copy this before I do more. Maybe restincheese.com. That's pretty good. I was thinking, something a little sillier like restincheese.pizza or whatever. What if... What if I made this line white? Is this going to look like absolute trash? I think the answer is probably yes. Yeah, that doesn't look right. It's just like that actually looks decent, but I think it's too dark. Like that's way more shadow than is on anything else here. There's .pizza now? I think so. Am I wrong?
I'm pretty sure .pizza is real.
Pizza domain name. Yeah, .pizza domain names from name.com, my favorite domain registrar. I feel like there's almost anything. Like, let's see, is there .rip? Oh, rip.pizza is what I accidentally searched for. Oh yeah, there is .rip. So that I think that's a valid option. Restincheese.rip. I don't know. Maybe that's not quite it, but. Graveyard. Cheese.graveyard. That's probably not one. Cheese.coupons is the suggestion. Not quite same. Cheese.death. That's probably not one either. No, they really want me to buy cheese.coupons for $14.99. Or cheese.com for only $5,514.25. Cheeses.pizza. Cheese.com is even more expensive at nearly $7,000. Cheese.bar. Cheese.for sale. None of these are quite the same tone as cheese.death.
These are all bad.
Curds.pizza. Curds.coupons. So many great options. Cheeses.what the fuck. Or specifically WTF. Curd.world. That's pretty good. Curds.world? Maybe that's a little better. All right, what do we like here? Does anyone else have any opinions on all this? I'm having a really hard time deciding. This one's not bad. Like, it's thicker than I want it to be, but it's certainly better than this overall. I guess I don't completely hate this. Let's experiment with this a little bit more. Like maybe if I take this and put a little bit of gray shading along the bottom edge. I really thought that was going to work out, but I don't think it does. It's almost there. It's an awful lot of domains to be sat by some awful machine learning output link blob pages. Yeah. At least, like, I feel like now that there's so many different top level domains, that kind of crap is a little bit less of an issue. As long as you can just, accept that you have a weird domain and, be okay with not having the .com equivalent. Just because there's so many different choices. So I don't really like that one. It's so close, but I don't know how to fix it. And I think this one is too dark. This one might be okay. I think I like it slightly more than this. So let's plop that in there and oh wait, let's do a save as. So this is cloth 1. need that. We got to get that plant at least started today, so I think we'll do that next. World Builder. Sometimes I forget which thing I need to click on to get where I want to go. Okay, so we have a placeholder object here. Way down at the bottom of the list, cloth. Let me keep that there for a second. So I want this in a similar spot. I think I decided that I wanted it a little more to the right. Actually, let's open up the foyer, or foyer if you prefer. Yeah, think about there. No. That was pretty close. Okay, and then I wanted to update the description when you get that a little bit, just to give you some info about what you're seeing here. Does the existence of a foyer imply a foy and a foyest? I believe so, yes. Okay. The piece of cloth that was trapped inside the vase is finally free. And then we have this in a couple different places because you can break the vase in slightly different ways. Okay. Just want to make sure we didn't describe that anywhere else. Okay. So we're going to specifically say the folded piece of cloth. And then we're going to say something like, it looks like some pieces of it are missing. No, that's not quite what I want to say. It looks like some holes have been cut in it. One thing I keep thinking is at some point, I think when the game is effectively complete, I think a thing I'm going to do is go through, copy all of the code and all of the descriptions, and then bring them into probably BBEdit on my modern Mac OS for two reasons. One, so I can do some, it'll be a little bit easier to check for certain consistency issues that way. And since, you know, we have nothing essentially to use for debugging, I think it's worth kind of checking things over really carefully. Honestly, like, can we do this? Yeah, I was thinking, like, you know, back then, probably what I would have done at some point is print out everything so I could check it over that way. But, you know, this will let us do something kind of like that without wasting much paper. And then when I do that, I think I'll also make little tweaks to the text as well, just to kind of polish everything up. And then a nice thing about that is I'll have all the code in one place, and I will probably put it up on GitHub or something, because I think it'd be nice. Like, you know, it's really, you couldn't, you know, build the app from that, but it'd be nice to be able to look at that code if anyone is interested in learning about how everything works in the game. You know, obviously you could also just open up the game in World Builder, but be a little more accessible for people that aren't sure they want to go to that trouble. I want to say cut from it. I kind of like that wording better. Oh, shoot. The first sentence of this is supposed to be different. I accidentally screwed up and made them the same. So I need to copy this, close without saving, and then open it again.
Chris Mason says my dad's visiting from out of town and we just looked up restincheese.com.
Nice.
I love this.
Wonderful.
The Cheese Eater Graveyard is open for business.
Okay, so we're placing this sentence with those two sentences. So that just is there to kind of give you a hint that there's something unusual about this cloth, and hopefully kind of encourage you to look at it. That's the goal in mentioning the cutout holes. BRB got to explain this to my wife. Good luck. I wish you luck. I'm sure it'll go fine. Okay, so we can check off draw cloth object. Oh, right. Another thing I made a note of is I'm not 100% certain yet I want to do this, but I was thinking it might be kind of cool if you can see your character in the game at some point. I think it's kind of fun in a first-person game when you have a chance to like look in a mirror or something and see what you look like. And we do have a bathroom that, you know, could have a mirror in it. And I was also kind of thinking we could, you know, be a little artsy with it and have the mirror be broken somewhat. So you can't see like a perfect reflection, but get an idea of what you look like. That also reminds me of a thing I didn't talk about, which is at some point in the past week, I decided that when I'm done with this, we need a nice box art image for it. So I think after the game is completely done and finalized, I will take a shot at that, and I'll probably at least stream some of it. You know, I grew up doing art and went to art school for 4 almost years. So, you know, obviously I have a lot of training in art, but I've never done a lot of painting, and I think that's the most period appropriate medium for, you know, that kind of mid-80s box art. Actually, let's hold on a second. Let me find, let's see, Retro 365. There we go. This website has some really nice images of the Enchanted Scepters box. So this is retro365.blog. And this is what the Enchanted Scepters cover looked like. And it's just a really nice painting. I don't know paint options well enough to guess at specifically what type of paint would have been used for it. Let's see, we got some other images that I think there's one that doesn't have shrink wrap on it, or at least is a little bit clearer. That's a pretty nice one. But yeah, like this is kind of the vibe I want. I like that it's, you know, got a hand painted look and has a lot of bright colors in it. Like, I think that's really nice. But I don't know how well I can pull that off, but I'll try. And I figure as a backup, I could do something like, maybe watercolor or even just marker with like some colored pencil or something. Like I think I could get that looking decent enough, and that's definitely something I, would be able to, control the lines better, basically. Good night, Valis. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Silver says, stream fully over. Have you started painting yet? No. We will not do any painting until the game is complete.
I feel like...
I don't want to get too distracted.
Probably shouldn't be painting box art before we even know what the game is called.
Yeah. I mean, the title won't be painted. That'll be done in Quark Express or whatever.
Sure. I just meant more for, like, if you know what the game is called, then you know what the general flavor.
Yeah, we definitely need to finalize a little bit more. I am, like, kind of what I'm picturing for the cover is our main character. Something I really like about box art in that era is, like, I think there's a couple of good approaches. Like, one is you can just kind of establish the mood in a way that you can't do as effectively in, monochrome art. So, some box covers will just have like a bunch of, it's like a, kind of a still life photo or whatever, just a bunch of items, which I think can work really well. But the approach I would like to take is to also kind of show something that you don't really see in the game. And then also, add color to it to kind of set the mood. So I think it'd be nice if we show our main character on the cover. And then probably have the bus stop in the background, and then with a kind of a similar setting here, but we can make it look more interesting. Like I kind of like the idea of having a purple void instead of black void like we have here, just to get some nice color into it. But yeah, that'll be a while from now. I'm trying not to get distracted by that idea too much, but I do think it would be very fun. Cheat house is what we want to do. And smash that vase. And there's our cloth. Yeah, I think that's great. It's not perfect, but it's completely fine. There's all our items together. Not too bad. Also, the text. You take the vase and hurl it delicately to the ground. The folded piece of cloth that was trapped inside the vase is finally free. It looks like some holes have been cut from it. So we can take it and we can look at the cloth. It's a mostly unremarkable piece of fabric, roughly a foot across and a foot tall. For some reason, there are 4 square holes cut out of it. Good. At some point, we need to, after you've flushed, this should fill up with water. So you should be able to see at least a hint of water there. All right, and then this description will need to change after you've done that. So, it's plant drawing time. The time has finally come. What does an electrolyptus look like? One thing I just thought of that we could start with is seeing what a eucalyptus looks like. I don't know that we necessarily care to have it look like that. I just figure it's a place to start from. Yeah, I don't know that that's going to work. What I'm kind of picturing, maybe before we look at too much reference, I'll just kind of draw what I'm picturing here. Use a pencil. So, got our pot. And then I just kind of picture like, I don't know, a few different, oh God, stems? Stalks? Coming out. Like I feel like, you know, they're gonna have batteries. Well,
Oh,
are we gonna have more than one battery?
You've Googled eucalyptus. Eucalyptus doesn't bear fruit or flower, as far as I know. So I feel like just
I mean, once I saw it, I was like, "Nah, this isn't really
just
a
because
useful
you called
reference."
it, I would maybe do something like a pepper plant.
Okay, I'll look that up in a second. I just figured I'd draw what I'm picturing first.
Sure.
And then where would the fruit hang from? I guess looking up the reference you suggested is a good way to figure that out. I don't want to draw that many leaves because that's going to be a lot of work. They have the fruit look like Christmas lights and inside is a battery. That's an interesting idea. But I don't think I want to overcomplicate it too much.
Click on that first one. It's like a pot and it's a white background. Does that have any pepper fruits on it? I can't tell.
Yarden.com.
Oh, that's the wrong kind of pepper.
Yeah, it's not even... What is this? It's not even the thing we clicked on. So rude. I'm trying to tell, like, where in the plant the stuff is coming from exactly. And there's so much going on here, it's hard to tell.
Honestly, I'm jealous of all of these stock photo pepper plants. I have been trying to grow bell peppers for years. Mine never look like this. I kind of think the flower, like you've got a main stem, and then there's leaves, and I kind of think the flower comes next to a leaf, and then the flower turns into the pepper.
What's going on here? Oh, I thought some of these were like a single weird shaped pepper.
I would say you could go outside and look at my plant, but first of all, it's dark out, and also, it's real little.
Pepper plants grow stems along the branches in between the leaves.
Yeah.
I grew jalapenos in college. Nice. So, in between the leaves. Along the branches in between the leaves. Okay. I get what you're saying. So, like... figure out where to put another leaf on this. It's not really working. I guess when it comes down to it, this is going to need to be a little more complicated than I wanted it to be.
Or you could just make shit up.
Yeah, that's true. That's valid. But kind of what I'm picturing here is, you know, like a little stem coming off here, and then there's your battery. You just kind of pop it off at the positive terminal. I would like to get some other leaves on here though. I guess maybe they'd be little, so they'd be sticking up a little more. And then I think we only want one battery growing just because that's all you need.
Yeah.
Oh, I was a little bit drawing off camera, but I kind of dig that. Seems pretty all right.
Yeah.
And I did just remember we still need to draw the plant with more, the pot with more dirt in it. But maybe we'll start here and then we'll kind of fill in the in-between states. Thank you, Culinary. So let's go back to our pot in the game. I'm curious how much of this actually shows, or would show, based on the view we already have to work with. Okay. Yeah, I guess... Did I entirely think this through? Probably not.
Instead of like a realistic looking pepper plant or something similar, what if it's just a single stem and a flower, and in the center of that flower?
Well, here's what I'm thinking is, based on what I've drawn here, you would see the battery coming down in this view, and you could take it from there. And then back here, you would be able to see the whole plant.
Yeah.
So I think that works pretty well. Mm-hmm. And, here I'll be able to draw the whole thing like I've sketched it. And then, obviously we'll need another version of it for here. Mm-hmm. But since it's not going to be the whole plant, it won't be too much work. Now I'm just thinking about fussy details, should we allow them to take the battery from this screen? I guess I don't see any reason why not. They just won't see our lovely little battery close up. Okay. I guess I'll start with this view. Yeah. Oh. Lost the window. I've been trying to, I feel like at this point, the coding stuff I have to do is becoming increasingly less interesting, and also more tedious. So I've been trying to do more of that off stream so we can do more interesting things on stream. So that's why it's almost all art day. I was also thinking I might do a Playdate stream next week, which will be whenever I do it. Basically, that stream will be I will kind of talk through what I've learned so far, and the basics of creating a Playdate game and stuff that's involved. There's a bunch of new Playdate stuff. Yeah, they just released 2.0. I haven't checked that out yet. But I feel like a lot of the stuff I'll be doing won't be affected all that much by that. But I'll share kind of the basics of creating a Playdate game and what I've put together so far. And just kind of the thought process behind some of the things I've done, and then I can work on adding more of the basic features to kind of the thing I want to do right now is figure out how all of the different interactions are going to work. The big thing I don't have yet is the inventory, which I think I might use the crank for. So that'll be fun to put together on stream, I think. And then I would like to do stream a little bit of that before I get too far into the project, because it'll start to get like increasingly more complex as I go. Okay, let's save this. And how do I want to do this? I think I'm going to copy this. And then I want to keep this top line just as a reference for where the top of the window is. I want to delete all these dots, so we have a clean working area. Just so I don't have to do too much cleanup later. That's fine. Okay, let's see. I guess I'll use this now that I know it's actually a nice tool. Should work well for drawing these arcs. How big do I want this? I think that's kind of what I'm after. I just thought about how Res Mason said, BRB got to explain this to my wife, and that was a while ago.
I'm sure it's fine.
I hope things are going okay. I'm sure it's fine. So I'm just thinking, like, it probably depends on the plant somewhat. First of all, what would you typically call these parts? Stems?
Which parts?
These parts I've drawn here.
Yeah, that's a stem.
So typically, if you have, a small to medium sized pot like this, and you've planted some seeds in here, would the stems, if you have multiple stems, would they typically come out of different spots in the dirt, or would they come out of one spot?
I mean,
and then kind of split off?
How many seeds have you planted?
I don't know. We've planted a potato and a light bulb. So 2, I guess.
So generally, if you have a pot and you sprinkle some seeds in it, each of those seeds is going to become a plant by itself. And then it depends on the plant whether that seedling is going to then branch out into more stems.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, it depends.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Also, you're a much smarter person than I am. Could separate from the root above or below the surface of dirt, I think. Hello, Get Sully. It's good to see you. Comes into the stream here as I have to explain this to my wife. I know it comes time in every marriage you have to tell your partner the truth. Yes, honey, I spent $30,000 on a gold statue of Elaine Marley to protect myself from LeChuck. Perfect. You would only plant 1 pepper seed per pot. They need space so the roots don't get locked. Okay. It feels like a good guideline.
I will say that we are also dealing with a imaginary plant that grows from a light bulb and a potato.
Right.
So.
But the main thing I was getting at is I drew this with the stems coming from a single point.
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of splitting off, like, I guess right at the surface, which I like better, and I didn't quite draw it that way.
Yeah, I
So
think that's more realistic, she says, in this scenario anyway. Like you have one stem and then it branches out.
yeah. Not quite happy with that, but I'll keep going for now. I can't figure out why I'm not happy with it. Too thick? Is it just not good? Is it just generally bad? Maybe. I feel like it's getting better. Yeah, that's kind of nice, I think. And then the battery is going to be here-ish. You know, I keep drawing it with a little bit of a curve to it. But I don't know. It feels right to me. I feel like the battery, it has a little bit of curve to it. I feel like what happens is it's not fully ripe, but once you pluck it, it ripens up and becomes more solid.
Sure.
I'm glad you agree. Glad you agree. This makes perfect sense. It's maybe too much of a curve, though. We'll get there. It's a little better. Kind of want to make a false book that conceals a potato now. That's great. That just got my brain wandering into, like, so I'm making a box for the game at some point, Um, and like a lot of games back then came with feelies, like little trinkets related to the game, like kind of something that's pulled out of the game world a little bit, or something like a map, or I don't know, maybe a coin, or sometimes something goofier like a scratch and sniff card. I'm trying to think of like better like examples of like a little item from the game world that is also kind of like part of a puzzle a little bit. Like I feel like that was frequently a thing. It was like it served as a little bit of copy protection as well. Um, but I'm blanking on good examples. But if we had something like that for our game, what would it be? I don't know yet. Probably a book with a potato in it would be a little expensive to manufacture. Res Mason is finally back. We were a little bit worried about you. Res Mason says, okay, I've pitched restincheese.com to my wife. The good news is she still loves me. That's great. A little concerned about what the bad news might be, but I feel like it can't be that bad, right? The bad news is she's taking away my internet privileges for a year. I will miss you all. Oh no, that is actually quite bad. Well, it was nice having you around. We'll see you next year. We'll probably still be working on the Playdate version then, at least. Maybe. Actually, now that I've said that out loud, I hope it doesn't take that long. It might, though. Maybe we'll be working on our HyperCard game then. That's a pretty nice leaf, I think. Robots friend, hello, good to see you. Here we see the workers in the pixel plant working to make pixel plants. Yes, exactly. Very nicely put. Listen, we've all gotten drunk and bought domain names before it happens. So true. Sometimes you don't even need to be drunk. I don't know that I've ever bought a domain name while drunk, but I've certainly made some questionable purchases, and for the most part, still own them. Let's not think about how many domain names I own. I couldn't count them anyways, but it's too many. I should really offload a few of them. Honestly, the biggest reason I don't do that is just I feel like if you've ever had a website up at a domain name, so it's got, a little bit of search engine juice in it, like it's absolutely going to get snapped up by some like, placeholder garbage that's going to, just put some ads there or, offer to sell it for $5,000 to the highest bidder. And I hate knowing that's likely to happen to a domain name. But I do have some that I've never used, so maybe that isn't a concern for those. I hate getting rid of a good domain name and, knowing I will probably never have a chance to use it again. This stem in particular is terrible, and this one needs a little bit of cleanup still. In actuality, it's just funny enough for her to begrudgingly approve. Perfect. Better. So should these two stems kind of merge a little bit, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like you planted your seed. We'll say for the sake of argument that the potato and the light bulb combine to create a seed.
Yeah. I mean, I
seed.
think that's what we're saying.
Yeah. So then the stem would grow, and then at some point it would split off into additional branches.
It looks a little bit like a large piece of macaroni, I think.
Mm-hmm. In the close-up view, when you started drawing, I guess, like the bottom of the battery,
Yeah.
I thought it kind of looked like an inhaler.
Okay, I could see that. It needs a little work. We'll figure it out.
Also, like, just I know what I said about how plants work, but I do think generally if you have a stem growing up, it doesn't like split in half. Like this looks like you literally came through and cut it with a sword. There would still be the main stem in the center would continue growing up as long, and additional branches would be coming out on the sides. So there should still be like a leaf or something in the center. I think it looks a little off balance.
I kind of like that, but I get what you're saying. So you think
just have like it doesn't have to be very big, just an indication that like it's still growing.
Okay.
And like more stuff will grow out of the center.
Mm-hmm. So something kind of like that is what you're saying?
Yeah, something like that would be fine.
Put a little leaf on there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or that is the leaf. Like the leaf is emerging, and it will open out eventually.
Yeah. Maple Mystery, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, I was trying to remember. I mentioned your game earlier. Oh, right. I was talking about AGS games. On my birthday stream, I'm going to play this bootleg Garfield game that was made in AGS. So I was just talking about other games that are made in that. Okay, so let's save. Yes, I share the same birthday as Garfield, so we'll be celebrating both of our birthdays. Technically, Garfield is a year younger than I am, but I will also be celebrating being 45 this year. Due to I spent most of the last year thinking I was 46, and I feel since I've wasted my time being 45 years old, I should have another shot at it. So I'm going to do that. I think it's fair. And then I'll be 47 next year. It's fine. No one can stop me. I'm glad you agree. Thank you. All right, the battery looks a little bit better like that without showing the like the end is not quite as curled up. All right, let's see if I can figure out this stem situation. I feel like just a leaf there is going to look weird. Have you ever seen the 1996 Garfield Plymouth Voyager commercial? What a wonderful thing to exist. I probably have, but I can't picture it. Please feel to explain further. I kind of wish we talked about this sooner.
Talked about what?
This stem situation.
Why?
Just because, I don't know, I can't figure out how to get it to look in a way that I'm happy with.
I see.
In a parking lot, a suction. Oh, the suction cup Garfield. Man. A suction cup Garfield spots a Plymouth Voyager, detaches itself from the glass, and froggers over and stows away inside. Delightful. Garfield does love Plymouth Voyagers, doesn't he? Classic Garfield stuff. Like, I guess the way I see it, like this one coming over to the left is kind of the main branch, and then this one is coming off of it, but it sounds to me like you're not really buying that. Is this correct?
What?
Oh, I guess you're distracted now.
What were you asking me?
The way I see it, like this stem coming over to the left is kind of the main branch, and then this one is coming off of it,
Sure.
which I think I've drawn a little bit better now.
I would at least put a couple more leaves.
Oh yeah, I was always going to do that.
Yeah.
That's not a good leaf. This stem is actually still a little bit of a mess. We're getting there. It's too bad when I'm done with this, I gotta draw it again, but bigger. That's terrible.
What if you simply did not allow the player to access the close-up anymore after it sprouted?
Yeah, I mean, that's valid. It's valid.
Would there be any benefit to having a close-up view?
I mean, I guess my main thought is, for one, I don't see any reason not to. Like, I was just complaining about it, but also, like, it's not really that big of a deal. Especially since, I'll already have an idea of what it looks like, and then I don't have to draw the whole thing. So, I'll just have to draw, like, that much of it.
Sure.
But I also think it'll be nice to have that close-up of the battery. And, obviously we could simply say in text that, there's a battery growing from it. So, that's, there's an item there you want to take.
Sure.
But I think it'd be nice to have the close-up. I think it'll be fun.
I keep trying to come up with excuses for you to do less work.
I appreciate that.
You swat them all away.
Yeah. I mean, on one hand, like, I want to finish this at some point. On the other hand, I guess when it comes down to it, I a little bit don't want to finish it. Because I've been enjoying doing these streams, and when I finished it, can't do these streams anymore because it's done. But, I'll still be able to do Playdate streams. So it's complicated. Came out a little weird, but I also don't hate it. But one thing I keep thinking about with the Playdate version is like, I think I'm going to want to expand on it a little bit. Like in certain cases, I think it will be necessary just because the interaction will be so different. There'll be certain things I need to handle in a different way. And then, like, also a lot of art I'll have to either redraw or at least expand. So, yeah, I don't know. I kind of lost where I was going with that thought. But, like there's certain things that like I feel like are maybe worth doing just because they'll be nice in the Playdate version. And the HyperCard game. Yeah, that's true. Like that's definitely a thing I want to do at some point. But right now I'm not thinking about it too much. Maple Mystery says I'm already getting pre-sad about post-launch Crimson Diamond malaise. Yeah. How long have you been working on that? Too long. Fair enough. I mean, it certainly seems like you've put a huge amount of work into it. Been focusing more on it since November 2018, but it was noodling around with it for far longer. Got it. Yeah, that certainly fits with with the way I tend to do things. I generally never get to the focusing more on it part. I'm honestly surprised. I mean, I guess, having a stream to do every week makes it easier to, make sure I actually keep working on a thing. And, it helps, like, the game ideas I tend to, spend time noodling around with. Like, I always kind of hit a point where like I'm not sure what's missing and I just don't like I think it's a situation where like I need to just work on it and like do actual work instead of just thinking about it and like trying to think my way out of the problems I'm facing with it. But like I just tend to not do that because who has the time? But streaming has helped me keep up with always making some amount of progress. And maybe sometimes I'm not quite happy with something, but I can always come back to it later, or maybe I decide it's fine actually. Much like this plant, I think it's fine actually.
Yeah.
Close enough. Sometimes you don't know what to do until you're kind of in the middle of it and implementing. Yeah, exactly. And like I know this from making, non-game software or like literally anything else I've made in my life, but for some reason when it comes to like something that's I guess more of a like a extremely casual hobby, like it's easy to just kind of push it aside and not spend time on it. Okay. So now we need some shading. I was also wondering, let's take a quick look at our close-up plant in the game. I'm trying to decide if there should be a little bit more of a dirt mound. My games folder's getting a little crowded here. I've been loading up lots of games for Monday. Oops. Okay. So my thought is when we put one item in here, it will kind of fill up to, about halfway towards the top. And then when there's two items in here, it'll maybe start to, like, the dirt will come out like just above the rim of the pot here, maybe. Something like that. Or at least it'll be very close to the top at that point. So I'm just kind of thinking about this in terms of what the dirt should look like in the grown plant view. You're teasing all these personal details that we can never receive out of privacy concerns. Just pretend you're boring former band member lawsuit programmer person. I spaced out and opened the wrong thing. We want Mac Paint right now. Is it still working in this file, or did I? Okay, yeah, it's down here. Let's do a save as. Plant 1. Okay, so I do think I want to show a little bit more dirt here. How do I do this? I feel like this needs to come up just a little bit. Or maybe actually that's not necessary. So just have the dirt kind of come up like this. I don't know, is that too much dirt? Maybe that looks weird, actually.
Yeah, you wouldn't really want the soil to be coming out over the top of the pot.
Yeah. So maybe I won't worry about it. Like in this view, it's just kind of a black blob. Like, that's fine, I think. Okay, so let's shade this. I'm going to make another copy. I think actually I'll get rid of this one. We don't really need this. How do I want to shade this? Perfect, done. That might be a good start. I think that's maybe the right. Like, it'll be on a lighter background, so something a little bit darker is probably best for contrast. And then, like, some of these lines got a little lost, so we'll tweak that and then maybe add some little bit of a highlight in places. Okay, so we have shadows on the left side, so our light source is from the right. In general, I've just kind of I'm making up where the light source is, and just as long as it's consistent, it's fine, right?
That's art, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how to art.
This leaf is a little bit of a weird shape. That's okay. I don't like how it gets kind of dark at the end there, but I really hope one of my biggest hopes for the Mac Plus I have on the way is that like some of my old stuff at some point got transferred onto like a hard drive, and then it's been progressively transferred onto other hard drives over time. So like some things have been easy to access because of that, but a lot of stuff is only on floppy disks, and it's very hard to read an old Mac floppy. As best as I can tell, there's basically a couple options. Like there's the approach I'm choosing, which is to get an old Mac, and then also the floppy emu that'll let me transfer things onto an SD card and then get them onto a modern computer for future preservation. And then the other option is there's a device called the Applesauce, which is a great name for a thing like this. And basically, you need an old disk drive, and I think you basically need to modify the drive in some way to connect this device to it, and then that will let you connect it to a modern computer. But those are even harder to come by. Like they were available for a while, and they cost like $300, which is kind of a lot just to rescue a bunch of old crap that I don't really need. So that's kind of why I never went for that. But then at some point, they were not available just due to like component shortages. I think there's been kind of a waiting list. But then I figure, having an actual computer would be pretty great. But I have no idea if any of those discs are still readable. I'm just kind of crossing my fingers. Don't really like this highlight. I have a couple of very goofy old games that were at least complete to the point of being playable in some manner. One is called Beaver Pelt Man, and I can't remember if I directly ripped off like Dark Castle graphics for the little guy you control, or if I just kind of based them heavily on that character. Probably directly ripped them off. But then I don't know if anyone has ever played the old Mac game Airborne. Probably not. Maybe some of you. Maybe one person. But it's like you have a little guy on the left side of the screen, and then like all these like planes and stuff come in, and helicopters, and like little guys parachute down. So then you have guys on the ground, and like all these things are coming towards you on the left side of the screen. And you just have to defend yourself against all these guys for as long as you can. And it's definitely like it's different gameplay than that, but heavily inspired by it. But in this case, there's beavers coming towards you, and you need to. I think you need to like ideally throw cages over them so you can collect their pelts. I don't know. There was a reason for this like collecting beaver pelt mechanic. Like I no longer remember why.
I vaguely recall you saying that you made this for French class.
Yeah,
Did I make
it
this
was
up?
it was
Okay.
somehow inspired by French class, but
So,
I don't remember why. Beyond that,
French fur traders
yeah,
in Michigan were probably a thing. So perhaps you were learning about French fur traders in early America.
I don't know. Maybe we're talking about the flaming beavers from Grim Fandango. No, I was well before that with my beaver game. um, but yeah, like you could throw traps on them, and I think like if you were feeling desperate, there was like a dynamite option, but obviously then you would no
Jeez.
longer have the pelt.
Very historically accurate.
Yeah, totally accurate and normal stuff. But it was at least playable to some degree, and I have it on a couple floppy disks. And then the other game I made was called Pump It Up, and I don't know if y'all remember the Reebok pumps that had like a little like basketball thing on the tongue of the shoe. I am talking about a shoe if that wasn't clear. And you press the tongue and like the shoe inflated a little bit to get you a nice snug fit. In my game Pump It Up, you were bungee jumping and you had to inflate your shoes exactly the right amount. If you didn't inflate them enough, you would slip out of your shoes while bungee jumping and fall to your death. If you inflated them too much, like I don't remember exactly what happened in that scenario. Probably they exploded or something. But yes, another very goofy game, and that one I know was complete, but fairly simple, obvious. The creator of Airborne is also the chief programmer of Flash. Yes. I do love an old project that definitely had capital A, capital R reason. Yes. Yeah, the Pump It Up one was pretty much just like a goof based on those shoes. Less of a reason. But yeah, I would love to get those. And then another thing I keep thinking about that is not important at all, but like I would love to just poke at it again. I had a hypercard stack that was the very first exposure I had to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It had like different like little sound clips in it, as many hypercard stacks did, and some of them were from the radio drama Hitchhiker's Guide. And at the time, I had no idea what they were from. But then eventually, I learned about the radio drama and enjoyed it very much. And I would love to play with that again. I don't really remember anything else about it. Like I think it was just kind of like some hypercard stacks were just like collections of a bunch of little things, like some sounds and some like, icons and stuff like that you could, use in your own creations or whatever. So it was probably something like that. I feel like I want a little bit more of a highlight on here. It's not quite working out. Maybe just something like that. It's not bad. No, I had a bunch of partial game attempts in MSW Logo on a Windows 95 machine that I still own. Maybe it still works. Maybe. MSW Logo. Not familiar with that, I don't think. Okay, so I'm reasonably happy with this plant now. I want to highlight there. Yeah, I think I do. I want that to go further up. Also, yes. Now I just need to shade this battery. So I need to get our battery small in here for reference. Let's go ahead and grab both of these. Curious to do some archaeology on it, but I don't know what to do with that info. So we were in plants. I would love to sort this list by like modified date or something. That'd be cool. Good night, Res Mason. Thanks for hanging out, and hope you sleep well. Oh, I missed the previous comment. I'm going to hit the old dusty trail. Whenever the cheese eater graveyard is built, you'll hear from me about it. Wonderful. Very much looking forward to that. Okay, so we need this battery to look kind of like this. So this is our main guide since it's a similar size. I wasn't totally happy with how this came out. That's the main reason I brought this one in as well. But, you know, I want to have a similar grayscale value. Let's start with the top here. Needs to be black, of course. And then let's see what this looks like. It's probably going to look bad, but we'll try it. Okay, not as bad as I thought. Can maybe work with that. Maybe not. Let's try what I ended up doing with the other small one, which is just kind of manually adding some gray along the edge here. Just the way this is curving, like the shading ends up a little weird no matter what I do. Maybe that's okay. Do I just leave it at that? It looks not quite right. It's a little better, I guess. Yeah. Like many things I've drawn for this game, I'm not quite happy with it, but I think maybe it's all right. Mm-hmm. I'm going to save before I do that. I just feel like this is a little bit thick here. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Yeah. I don't think we're going to actually put that into World Builder just yet. I think next I should do the dirt filling in, and then we'll do the close-up. And then we should probably go back to the watering can and get that, like, make that a usable item. But let's take a look at this dirt first. Thank you. That's a wonderful selection of RIP emotes. Oh, the one with the little ghost cat. I don't know that I ever saw that. And I love the classic Mary Kay RIP. Thumbs up. It's a very good one. Okay. Was that... I saved that as a different name, right?
Mm.
Yes.
Who do I look like? A person who's paying attention?
I mean, I was mostly asking myself. Just
Are you
making
a
sure
person
before
paying attention?
Oh yeah, a thing I keep forgetting about System 6 is it'll just empty the fucking trash. Like, it's gone now. I put a thing in there and I was like, before I actually empty it, I'll open this file and make sure, I did save it as a separate file. If it turned out I was wrong, too bad. The trash has been emptied now.
You mean you can't just use the trash as a different type of folder to store things?
Nope. I don't have... There's all my RIP emotes. Okay. Dirt. We were looking at dirt. Let's look at that in World Builder. I'm curious if I can get away with just kind of moving the graphic up. Maybe. I'll definitely need to do a little bit more than that. Okay, how do I want to do this? I definitely want this to be vector. So again, we need 2 additional dirt states. So we need one that's a little bit higher than this, and then one that's like mostly full. I'm just kind of thinking about how I want to create these objects. I think I'm just going to copy this stuff. Paste it in here. Oh, what do I call this?
Big dirt.
I'm going to go with pot dirt 1.
Dirt big.
Thank you for your contribution.
Fancy dirt.
Fancy dirt? I don't think it's fancy. It's just dirt. Okay, so that should be... Let's go just a little bit further. Okay, so I think that's about where I want the top of it to be. And then I just need to bring this... Like, hopefully I can do this. We'll see. This might be a rare case where the points are far enough apart that I can actually do this manual reshaping in a way that isn't too difficult and turns out how I want it. Hello, Efton. Thank you for the scream. A tiny hand bursts forth from the dirt. Oh no! so let's look back at this. Okay. So I had a couple little dots poking through here, like it didn't perfectly line up. We'll try to get it similarly close. And then I think when I'm done with this, I can actually get away with deleting these shapes that are the inside of the pot. Old-timey vectors, yep. It's a little bit of a pain, but we're managing. Mostly I would love to be able to zoom in while editing this, so that would help me get these points like right up next to the curve I'm trying to line them up with. But we can't do that. We could, well, no. I was going to say we could take this into Super Paint. SuperCard is a different thing entirely. We could take this into Super Paint and edit it there, but we couldn't actually bring it back. Which I'm still baffled by. I can't help but wonder if there's a way to do that. I just am unable to find information about. Because, yeah, I swear I read that Ray Dunnican did most of the art for his games that way. And, you know, he's taken a similar kind of approach as far as I can tell, where, you know, it's mostly vector, but occasionally some bitmap stuff. And his games are so huge, like there's no way it's all bitmap. Or at least some of his are very large. All right, that's pretty good. I think we want this highlight area to be extended as well. The information from the newer type of vector doesn't translate. Yeah, I don't know what it is exactly. At one point, we had a little bit of a conversation about it with some folks who are a bit more knowledgeable about such things. In particular, Uli Witness, who is a fellow Apple software developer that has been doing stuff for a little bit longer than I have, or at least, you know, had a bit more technical knowledge back in the day. But we couldn't come to a definitive explanation, but it just kind of seems like the format it's using is technically a form of vector art. It just seems like when it's getting pasted into World Builder, it's converting it. So who knows? But that looks pretty good, I think. Let's do this. I'm going to copy these two shapes. And then we'll paste them in here to kind of see the transition a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think maybe it doesn't quite fill up as much as I was thinking it was, but that's okay. I don't think it's a problem. And since these shapes didn't change, we can delete those. And now we'll do, well, I now slightly regret that I deleted those, but it's fine. Pot Dirt 2. Oh, I'm going to do this right now before I forget again. We need to start this in storage and make it immobile. Otherwise, it will just pop up in some random room and there'll be Pot Dirt 1 is here. Would you like to pick it up? We don't want that. Okay. So I still want these shapes for reference. So just copy them again for this. And then we'll bring this up again. I want it to be, yeah, I think about there when it's got both items buried in there. And then we just do this again. I could honestly cheat this a little more easier just by like layering the previous shapes under here and then fixing up the overlap, but it's fine. This isn't too hard, so I'll do it this way, and at least it'll be, we'll save a few bytes of space. Why is it so hard to get these in just the right spot? Pretty close. I feel like my streams keep being longer and longer, but they don't ever feel longer, which I think that's good. I mean, I think that's just because I'm, enjoying myself. Yeah. Seems good. And again, delete those. So now we already have most of the code related to this. So I just need to add the code that will actually move these graphics into place. So that's all in Flowerpot. If you can handle the talking, what's the harm? Yeah. Also, I just remembered how I did not get enough sleep last night. So that's a thing to consider.
You need to wrap up stream soon and go to bed. Also, are you done with your cup?
Yes, thank you. I'm not, the thing I was about to say before Unseeker Crush came in, I'm not really that tired. But I suppose that's just because, I mean, generally if I'm like doing something, if I get into something that I'm enjoying, frankly, it's easy for me to enjoy, or ignore, not enjoy, ignore my needs as a physical human being. I will often get so involved in something I forget to eat, for example. It's not that I forget to eat. I will simply ignore it for longer than I should. Where's the code we want here?
You only think you're not tired because you're riding that hyper-focus wave.
Yeah, I get it. It's because you're a party animal. I don't know about that, but something like that, perhaps. Okay, so this is the code we want. So there's burying the potato. Ooh, this is maybe tricky. Did I already figure out a way to... deal with this? So down here, there's code that changes the room description. And I dealt with this a little bit. So I have 3 different checks here. I have if the potato and the light bulb are buried, we have one description. If the potato is buried but not the light bulb, then there's a different description. And then if the potato is not buried but the light bulb is, then we have the same description. So we need to do similar logic here, but in a different way. Because when you bury the first item, you want the mound of dirt to increase a little bit. And then when you bury the second one, you want it to increase a little bit more. But they could happen in either order. Ain't no party like a world builder party because the world builder party don't stop. That's a little hard to say. So, I was thinking I could get away with not having any variables here, but we might want or need to add one. I think this might be easier if we add a variable. So P might be a good variable for pot. We've used some D variables, so we won't use that. Oh, we have used P as well. Oh no. Oh, what about E for electrolyptus? I did bring up D, but we've used some D variables as well. We still have more. I've just been trying to vary things.
B for battery? Or is that already its own thing?
I mean, this is a dirt specific thing.
Okay, gotcha. Also, are you done with the watering can?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I will put that back in its place.
It served its purpose well. Maybe we'll just do... Well, no, if we're... Our D variables, we have door and dog's name, which is keeping track of whether we know the dog's name. So those are already unrelated, so let's just do D3. At some point, I really ought to type up the variable names so I have them in one consistent location. I keep worrying at some point I'll reuse a variable without realizing it, and it'll cause problems. I don't think that's happened so far, but it could. Oops. It's fine. Okay, D3. Dirt level. So, our initial state, which is going to be less than 1, equals none. And then 1 equals 1 item. 2 equals 2 items. So basically, it's just, this is a number that keeps track of how many items have been buried in the pot. Spreadsheet would be perfect as it's a matrix. Sure. So let me think now. This code is probably going to have to get duplicated in 2 places. Because right here we deal with burying the bulb. And then up here we deal with burying the potato. And I think like right here is where we want to add the code for the potato. Right here is, where we want to add it for the bulb. We could potentially... Yeah, I think it's going to be easiest to duplicate it. Because if you bury the potato, for example, it does some checks here, and then it moves the potato into the flower pot storage, which is where we put things that have been buried. And then at this point, it exits. So anything we put after that will never run. At least, not when we need it to. We need it to happen before that exit. We could potentially put this in an if statement so we don't have to exit here, but I think that is going to complicate things too much. So I'm just going to write all the code here, and then unless it seems like, wow, this is too complex to duplicate, which I don't think is a concern, then I'll just copy and paste it down here. So first we want to check if this is the first item being buried or the second. So if D3 number sign equals is less than 1, then end then we move, what was that, pot dirt 1, I think is what I named it, to scene. Good night, Silver. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Pot dirt 1 to scene. And then we need to increment the variable as well. So let D3 number sign equals 1. I believe that's correct. And then, wait. I really wish we had an else in here or something like that. We don't want to exit there, but I think if we set this to 1 here and then do our check for if it equals 1, I think it's going to run that as well. So maybe we just need to check in reverse order. That should work okay. I don't love it. It's a little bit goofy. Like, I hate having to write code that relies on ordering, but to some degree we kind of have to in here. So in this case, we move pot dirt 2 to the scene, and then we move pot dirt 1 back to storage. You know, I just realized we could get away without a variable. We could check just whether or not there's any pot dirt in the scene as opposed to the variable. I don't know that that is really an improvement, so I think I won't worry about it. So what we're doing now, first we move the potato to storage, to the pot storage specifically. It's just a location to keep track of what items are buried. And then if D3 is set to 1, then we move the second pot dirt to the scene and set D3 equal to 2. And then this will continue, whether or not that check passed, it will continue down to here. And we check if D3 is less than 1. So if that code did run, it'll equal 2. So this check will never pass in that scenario. So that's what we want. But if it's less than 1, meaning there's no dirt mound here, then it will run. It will move the first pot dirt to the scene and set D3 equal to 1. So that should work out right. And I think that's all we need. And then we just need to duplicate this down here. I think that's correct. We'll check it and find out. So let's see. We want to cheat and get all our items. I'm very happy with that watering can. That's pretty nice, I think. This all looks pretty great. Get our potato. I love the potato. potato and all its little potato freckles, and then the bulb. Okay, so let's do a save as. Okay. Just so we can test our different code paths here. So this time we're going to drop the potato in first. And the dirt went up a little bit. Let's check and make sure, like, we should. It's honestly hard to tell. I think that's correct. Like, it shouldn't have moved, I don't think. And then we'll drop the light bulb. Great. That's definitely the final appearance. Good. Okay. So now let's just do it the opposite way. So we can just revert back to our save. And drop the light bulb first. I think that's correct. And then drop the potato. Perfect. And then the next step in this is to... Oh, right. We've already moved the watering can elsewhere. Okay. So next we need to be able to go in the house and go in the bathroom and get some water for the watering can out of the toilet. I am going to go a little bit longer. But I do need a bathroom break. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in a minute. Hello. I am back. Hello, Marius K. Hope you're doing well. Robot's friend said, ooh, not just an interactive toilet, but toilet with a mechanic. Yes, this is in a gameplay essential toilet. So I think what we're going to do now is make this thing work the way it needs to for the gameplay. So basically what's going on here is when you first encounter the toilet, it will not have any water in the bowl, but the tank will still have water in it. So once you flush it, the bowl fills back up. Which I think is a thing that can, realistically happen in a disused toilet scenario. I don't think that's like completely unrealistic. And it's like I wanted to think of a funny way to, make an actual gameplay mechanic out of the toilet. And that's going to be that's your only source of water in the game. Like the sink doesn't work. Yeah, if you click on it, it says the sink is a normal design with separate taps for hot and cold. You try turning the handles, but nothing comes out. So for whatever reason, that plumbing does not work. But the toilet's fine. So yeah, we want to have a couple different states here. Like we want to at least show a little bit of water in the toilet in this version, I think. Well, after it's been flushed. I guess I didn't flush it. But currently it doesn't change at all. So I'm just kind of thinking about what it should look like after you flushed it. And if there's anything I want to change about the unflushed state. Thank you for the flush, Efton. Toilets have lots of things that can go wrong. Usually either too much or too little water in the wrong places. Yes. Thank you for the thanks, Efton. And you're welcome. Yeah, the rubber seal can be leaky. I know that one well. Or the chain gets caught. So many different toilet problems that can happen. Okay, so I'm gonna look up toilet reference, but I'm not gonna put it on the screen yet because I'm just a little bit worried about what's gonna come up. If it seems safe, then I will put it on the screen. Yeah, some of these are a little bit gross. Oh yeah, what is this person doing? Oh no, this is upsetting. I'm so glad y'all can't see this. If I find a good reference for what I'm after, then I will show you that one and nothing else. So far, I'm not getting much. Like, I'm trying to find a toilet that is a similar angle and also, like, visibly has water in it. But there's very little that's at that kind of an angle. Like, most of these are, like... They're either directly overhead or close to it, or they're at the kind of angle we want, but the lid is closed. There's got to be something. We're not doing a close-up. Why hasn't there been advanced toilet tech when it comes to actual mechanism? That's a great question. My assumption is just that no one would care about it enough to spend the money for it. Like, I feel like that kind of thing happens a lot. Like, a problem is solvable, but, like, there's not enough money to be made solving the problem, so no one does it. There's some that are so close. I'll give up soon if I don't find anything. I'm just trying to get a better idea of what the water level should be and like what it should look like. Like, I guess maybe it should just be a little bit lighter in color because it's kind of going to be, it's water, so it would reflect the light somewhat. So I think lighter makes sense. But I suppose the main thing is we have a little bit of a line there to suggest there's something in it. Another thing is a lot of these just have like some, fake blue dyed water because it's just like, I don't know, trying to demonstrate something about the toilet or whatever. Oh, here. I was just about to give up. Dang it. I'm trying to find a... This isn't perfect, but it's okay. Okay. Finally, a toilet I'm comfortable sharing with you all. This isn't quite what I wanted, but, you can see the water in there. I think our water level is going to be higher than that, just so it's visually apparent that there's water in. Like, our angle is down lower. I guess the water here is actually darker. Thank you for the fanfare, F-Tom. So yeah, maybe darker is actually correct. I guess because it's mostly in the shadow. But okay, let's go back to our toilet. Yeah, we'll try it both ways, lighter and darker. But I think mainly we just need a line and a fill that's a little bit different, so we can tell there's something there. I might do this as a bitmap just so it's easier to get the lines to line up. Like, y'all saw how much of a hard time I had with the dirt, the bottom edge of that dirt getting lined up directly with the edge. And this is a similar scenario, but it's much smaller. And, I can't zoom in, so the little handles get much closer together, and it's just going to be a huge pain. So I think we'll do bitmap water. It feels a little unnecessary, but I think it'll be easier to make it look good. The bowl's supposed to be empty initially, and then once you flush it, you'll be able to see some water in there and also get it out. You're putting way more effort into this than I would have. I would have just drawn a curved line in the bowl, fill a different pattern, and called it good. I mean, that is ultimately what I'm going to do. I just figure, I've been looking up reference a lot, and it's kind of useful to, help you think about what it ought to look like. So figure I might as well do that here. Hello, Uli. Good to see you. Water, the stuff that's in the toilet? Yes. Toilet water. We were talking about toilet water. Currently, our toilet is empty, so we're trying to figure out how to draw some water in it. Mac Paint. But Brondo has electrolytes. That is true. I guess there's just no Brondo in Purgatory. Toilet milk, if you will. I suppose. Okay. Let's save as toilet milk. Untitled game. I'm increasingly curious what we will end up naming this game. Especially because I know I'm gonna have strong feelings about what we end up naming it. But I also have no ideas of my own at this point. Such a bad influence. It's fine. Okay. What do I want to do here? So I think I'm going to duplicate this. And we're going to start by trying to figure out how to draw this shape. Like, that seems pretty close to what we want. I feel good about that. Maybe a little bit wider. Okay. And just so we can see what it's looking like, I'll clean this up. Ultimately, we're not going to copy the stuff outside here, so it doesn't have to be perfect. We just want to be able to get a better idea of what the final result will be. Okay. So there's our line, and then we could go darker. Another thing I keep thinking about that I'm trying not to think about too much is that I'm still not quite happy with the way this toilet looks. Like, I think the seat is too narrow, but I don't know that I want to fuss with it too much. Now that I'm saying it out loud, maybe I should fuss with it now while I'm thinking about it. Like, there's multiple things about this toilet I'm not quite happy with, but that one in particular affects the object we're creating now. So if I'm going to tweak it, I should do it now. Just spitballing here, but Dark Castle sounds like a badass name for a bitmap game. Unfortunately, I think that might already be taken. Otherwise, I agree very much. Perhaps Beyond Dark Castle. Distinctly different. And also clearly superior to World Builder. Where's our toilets? There it is. Darker Castle, The Darkening. Pretty good. I tried to move that 1 pixel, but I think it went 2. Okay, it's getting better. I'm trying to decide if it's still a little too small. Maybe that's fine. Okay, let's take another screenshot. Toilet Chronicles. Brisket takes a nap. Cosmetic osmetic. That's interesting. Let's see. That one we don't need. Oh, no. Uli says, if you want to add some rude jokes, I think the manhole would be a good innuendo-laden game title. I suppose it could be. All right. I'm going to do this a little different this time. I'm just going to copy the part we want, close this, and make a new document. It's a little easier than deleting everything. And me just draw this curve again. That's too much water. You do not want that much water in your toilet. So that's probably still a little high, but it's like I feel like we maybe want it to have a little bit more water than it would realistically have, just so you can see enough of it. We're getting there. Sometimes you just got to draw 20 ovals until you get the right one. Little Sweetie promotional tie-in product brought to you by Robot Spacer Inc. That does bring up a thing I've been meaning to ask you, Julia. I have been continually thinking about getting some sort of Little Sweetie merch made. Like I very much want a shirt. I've been picturing a shirt for a while now, and I think I need to have it. But I'm curious. You've tried a couple of different services. I think you've used Fourth Wall most recently. I was just curious if you had any opinions about which one you like best. Unsecret Crush suggests Robot Spacer goes to bed at a reasonable hour of fantasy. Yes. That's a great... Is that a new emote, or has that always been there? It's very fun. Efton says, lately I've been seeing embroidered shirts being an option at those print services. Yeah. I think Maple Mystery has had some stuff embroidered, right? Like hats. Okay, so again, we have a good curve. Now let's figure out how to shade that. I feel like darker than this gray is going to be too dark. We could conceivably make the upper part lighter, though. At the moment, I like Fourth Wall. The Twitch integration is slick. Celebration emote is from my affiliate anniversary. Oh, I should have realized that. That's great. I wish... I often wish we did not stream on Tuesday, but I hope that was a great time. How does the Twitch integration work exactly? Like what does that get you exactly? Like I was looking at their site and I saw that you could like log in with Twitch and that kind of thing, but I assume there's more to it. Fourth Wall does embroidered shirts, but the embroidery area is tiny. Ah, okay. Yeah, the thing I've wondered most about, like any sort of on-demand, like t-shirts in particular, like I've always been very particular about print quality on shirts. I like a really nicely screen printed shirt. But I feel like the on-demand printing has improved a lot over the years. And like last time I actually had shirts screen printed for my company, let's just say I still have a lot of those shirts. So like I don't think that's a valid option for something like this anyway. You or anyone in chat can do a giveaway while streaming, and whoever wins gets directed to their site. Neat. That's very cool. Learn the embroidered stuff shouldn't be too big or on too soft material. The ability to do a live giveaway only becomes active while streaming. Okay, neat. And they handle the rest. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm just kind of curious how this will look. If I just kind of do a little bit of a highlight along the edge. I think this is going to be too dramatic initially. I'll come back and fix it up a little. It's tricky. Yeah, that doesn't quite look right. But let's go ahead and try altering this so it's a lighter color. I'm going to just kind of, by hand, kind of take out every other pixel here. That pattern looks weird for water. Like the pattern has a little too much texture to it. Never been blown away by the quality of on-demand printed shirts, except ones that use the print process with like maximum 4 ink colors. Those look great. Interesting. Thought about how it would be nice to have a Bebe mug, but I have to redraw it because there's no way it would look very good enlarged as it is. Sure, but like you've got a good starting point, right? I don't think it'd be that hard to redraw. Little Sweetie drink coasters. Interesting, interesting. I'm taking notes. Okay, so I don't like that. Is there any way I can fix it? Maybe I'll try the opposite of that. So instead of this pattern here, this is the medium gray, and then the lighter pattern is up here. Line weight was all over the place when I drew it. Yeah. I would say Little Sweetie is fairly close to square. Like I think that would work out pretty well. Actually, we can open the scrapbook and check. Yeah. Definitely a little bit taller, but you know, I think that would work great on a round coaster. I also have occasionally considered dabbing Cedric merch. I don't know. That kind of goes back to my whole concern about being sued by a corporation for weird reasons. Um, I don't know if that's that much of a concern, but it certainly could happen. Message got bleeped out. Which message? Huh. I don't see anything bleeped out. Meant the actual device. Oh, the actual device. Got it. The actual device is definitely taller than it is wide. I get what you're saying now. That is a fun idea also. So many possibilities, really. So I feel like this looks a little bit better. Wait, this is a pattern we have, right? Because if we change this pattern, we need to be able to do that in World Builder. Let's save. Oops, I didn't save that in the right spot, but we can move it later. Star, isn't she? Oh, what? Unseeker Crush said she's kind of squarish, isn't she? Why would that get converted to asterisks just for you? Like I could see how that could get interpreted as something potentially inappropriate. Especially seeing the other stuff that like Twitch has flagged. But I'm so confused why that would happen for you and not for me. Like generally if something gets flagged by Automod, like, it'll flag it and like it has to be approved. And if it is approved, it just displays. Strange. Okay, World Builder. Know that users can enable settings to remove offensive language, but I always assume that just meant swears. That certainly seems possible. Okay, so we have, that's the pattern I was thinking of. So we could use that for the inside when it's empty, and then the other gray for the water. I think that's not a bad option. I'm going to go back and try some other choices. I like the censorship modding mechanisms that find coincidental occurrences of bad word character sequences and point them out to you. Yeah. Like Klabutic, basically replacing the ass in classic with but. Yeah, that kind of thing is very funny. Okay. It also reminds me of some recent Windows update changed references to zip files for like UK users to postal code files, which is pretty hilarious. Now that I'm looking at this again, I don't hate that. I don't know. I feel like this maybe looks better though. Any opinions on this? Also trying to think of if there's any other options I should try. I don't think I want to try this with darker water because that just starts to look weird, like that would be too dark. Had no idea Automod could hide stuff at the user level. Yeah, same. Yeah, I was gonna try adding more of a shadow under here, but I guess that's a little tricky if this is vector. But if I find something that looks good, we could just have a bitmap, inner toilet area for both states. That does look kind of nice, I think. And we do want the toilet to look nice. It's important. Uli says there was also that version of Windows 3.11 or so where some nit translated the brand name Windows in a few messages into German too. So there was a lot of talk about actual Windows. Oh God. Square can be kind of pejorative, but it's too quaint and old fashioned to really be taken as an insult in 2023 IMO. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but also, like, it seems like a thing Automod would do. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. Fascinating. All right, so I'm gonna try this. I think I like the way this is looking. So if we do it this way, I need a bitmap version without the water. I keep looking at this and I feel like there's spots where I goofed up the pattern just a little bit. Okay. That's pretty good. That got so. Can you burn got censored for you? Unsecret Request said on Tuesday, Automod flagged the phrase "Can you burn," which even if you assumed it was meant in an insulting manner, is hilariously polite. Like, I feel like Automod is trying very hard to, catch attempts to creatively work around, people evading a more simplistic filter, and I appreciate that, but also it doesn't really do a great job of it. Bolt, hello. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Uncharted stream. Is that Automod or some third-party extension like BTTV or FFC? Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like it might be some sort of setting within Twitch, but I don't know what Maple Mystery has set up exactly. I haven't heard anyone else comment about things being censored, but it kind of sounds like it's behaving in a very similar way to Automod. Thanks, it was fun. Nice. Love to hear it. Okay, so I didn't actually copy that, did I? I need to carefully select our toilet centers. Paste them in there. Just the hole of the toilet. It's like donut holes, but for toilets. I haven't changed my settings, but I can take a look. Fascinating. Quit bullying me. I'm an adult. I'll ban you. I will demod and ban you. Automod isn't censoring that. So what are we doing here regarding the water closets? So we are there are some puzzle mechanics revolving around the toilet. When you first encounter the toilet, there's no water in the bowl, but there is in the tank. So you need to flush it, and then the tank will fill with, or the bowl will fill with water from the tank. And then you can fill up your watering can from the toilet. Which, now that I'm thinking about that, the watering can maybe should have been a little bit smaller. But I think we made it kind of smallish. And maybe we just don't worry about it too much. So we're creating different versions of the inside of the toilet. You'll unplug. Yeah, you could probably figure that out. I was briefly wondering if you would be able to figure out how to do that, but I bet you could. It's not that complicated. Our internet setup is a little bit complicated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even thought about it. Okay, so this is where it gets a little tricky. That's in the spot I want it. But there's a shape behind it. I guess I just move it down and then move it back up after I delete the unwanted shape behind. Yeah. Maybe one more pixel? I think that's better. Moving it back to make sure. Yeah, that looks worse. Like, the perspective looks wrong there. FYI, Americans use way too much water in their bowls. Yeah, I have intentionally put too much water just to make sure it's clear that there is water in there. I think modern American toilets are more reasonable with their water use. But a lot of people do not have those. In general, I think Americans are exceptional at being wasteful. Perhaps one of the things we're best at. Okay, so now we want to paste in our full toilet. And then we'll move this to a separate object. I hope this doesn't become too complicated to set up in terms of programming. Also, I wish I had created this stuff, this object, the same time I created the rest of the toilet stuff. I guess we'll just call this toilet water. Oh, no, it should be toilet milk, right? I mean, we're not going to see the name in the game at all, so I mean, We might as well stick with it, right? I've done this and now I'm committing to it. Object data, storage, immobile object. Stick the spout in there and pretend it's a siphon somehow. Yeah, sure. You can fill about 4.5 watering cans with American toilets. I think that's accurate. We legit use about half the amount of water. You shouldn't be able to wash your pencil. Agreed. Can you move stuff once it's selected with arrow keys? Oh, Fton, I wish. It'd be so cool. You cannot use the arrow keys in any way in World Builder. Whether it's navigating a list or moving the cursor when you're editing text or when you're wanting to nudge a graphic 1 pixel. So far, the only program I've come across, the only graphics program I've come across where you can nudge things with the arrow keys is Super Paint. It is very nice there. Yeah, you know, Bolt toilet milk. That's what we use in America. You can drink it. Okay, so that's set up correctly. We just need some code to move it into place at the correct time. Fat-free toilet milk. That stuff's no good. You want the full fat stuff. Okay, so you flush the toilet. That's when we want to move the water in. The thing I'm thinking about here is, I think what I'm going to have to do is the layering of things within a scene is affected by the order of things in this object list. The way it works is, and I spent a lot of time to figure this out because I don't think it's documented at all, but you have immobile objects and mobile objects. Mobile objects are things you can pick up by clicking on them or typing take or get name. And then immobile objects are just things that stay in the scene, but you can like programmatically move them around or whatever you want to do with them. And you can also, you know, add actions that happen if you click on them. So the graphics, you have your scene graphics that are part of the scene itself. And then you have your immobile objects in the order they're listed in here. And then you have your mobile objects also in the order they're listed here. But importantly, like a mobile object will always come on top of an immobile object, even if it's in a different spot on the list. Thank you for the flush, Maple Mystery. I want pulpy toilet juice. Oh no. Uli says, I mean, given some of the concoctions in the drink sections in the US, toilet water is probably one of the healthiest, most sanitary options. I think that's valid. Plus free urinal cakes. And yes, we do have the same flush that Maple Mystery just used is in the game as well. That's one of the World Builder sounds that it comes with. Okay. So we need to find the lid and we need to move it so it comes after the toilet milk. Hopefully this doesn't cause any other problems. Toilet tank. Where's the toilet lid? Did I really? Why is this all spread out so much? Toilet lid. Oh, wow. Okay. So I need to move both of those. Wait. I'm going to have to open up those graphics to look at them. I can't remember how I set this up. Lid. There might be additional adjusting needed. I hope this doesn't become a nightmare. Nobody wants a toilet nightmare. My 21st birthday. Where'd you get 21st? My 45th. We're celebrating my 45th birthday. I'm going to be 46, but I spent most of the past year thinking I was already 46. So I'm going to celebrate being 45 just to enjoy that a little bit longer. And then next year I'll go back to, my correct age of 47. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Did you write your own game engine? No, this is World Builder. It's a program that was originally created for a game called Enchanted Scepters, which is the first English language point-and-click game, released for Macintosh by William C. Appleton. And he wrote World Builder as part of creating that game. And then the company that published it, Silicon Beach Software, convinced him to release that as well so that other folks could make games with it. So World Builder came out in 1986, and in 95, I think, it was released as freeware. Let's see. If you're interested in more, my website there has some links to learn more about it if that's of interest at all. And you can also, there's a link there to download it if you'd like to check it out. You will need a classic Mac setup in order to run it, though. Okay. Yeah, so this is fine now. Both lids should be on top of the water graphic. So I think that'll work out fine. So now we can go back to the code. I never remember how old I am. Yeah, like it's kind of like, I'm in my 40s. Like that's all I really need to keep track of at this point. So I think that's what happened. And mostly I'm just making a goof out of it. And Garfield is 1 year younger than me. So I figure it'd be nice if we both celebrate our 45th birthday on the same day. Because we do share the same birthday. Just 1 year apart. Move toilet milk to scene. And then, is that all we need? No, we probably don't need a variable. We can just check if the toilet milk is in the scene. When you try to get water. We're going to have to think about what you need to type to get water. We'll probably want a variety of verbs there. Just count your rings. That sounds challenging. My birthday is late in the year, so I usually have to pay attention to the month and subtract 1 to find out my age. Let's see if this works now. Cheat house. Open the door. And then, okay, so now the toilet is empty. Oh, we will need to update some text here. But now we can flush the toilet. And now it's got water in it. The text is wrong, but we can see the water is there. Great. There's no reason that should change, just double checking things. All right. So once we update the text, that'll all be good, and then we can write code to fill up the watering can. Will there be lasagna? Hello, Postfix. We did discuss that. We we have obtained all the ingredients for lasagna. However, specifically, we have obtained lactose-free ingredients for lasagna, which is complicated. But there's a Lactaid cottage cheese. However, I've been kind of experimenting a little bit and trying to avoid dairy products more thoroughly, mostly because I have been dealing with some health issues recently, and also at some point not long ago, I found some allergy tests I had done a long time ago when I was much, much younger. But it did confirm something that I had kind of vaguely remembered, which is that I actually had tested at some point for an allergy to milk, which is, a very different thing from lactose intolerance. And like, if you have an allergy to something, you need to avoid it entirely. It's possible I don't still have that allergy, but I've been trying to avoid most dairy products, and I do kind of feel like it has helped. So I don't want to end up regretting eating lasagna with a bunch of real dairy in it when I have a long birthday stream planned. So we will have lasagna another day. There's no teepee holder or brush. That is true. I do feel that the bathroom is a little bit lacking. I will definitely be enhancing a lot of these scenes for the Playdate version. I might not do that for the World Builder version, but we'll see. Have you thought about making the main protagonist of your game some sort of waterfowl? You could name it Untitled Goose Game. Very good idea. You could just use vegan cheese. Yeah, we have never found a dairy alternative cottage cheese. And I don't know that another type of cheese would work out the same. There's probably something that would work reasonably well, but for the TP, it should be backwards, but when you click it, you fix it with a message. Okay. What was I doing? Code for the toilet. See, Uli had the same idea about the toilet paper. Cashew cheese would be pretty bomb in a lasagna. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever had that, but like that does sound like it would work well. Oh, right. My family lasagna recipe uses cottage cheese, which is a non-standard lasagna ingredient. Yeah, I forgot about that. Did find a non-dairy ricotta alternative, but it was like $12 and honestly not as good. Okay, so we have this text here that describes the toilet as being dried up. So that's something that needs to change depending on whether the toilet milk is in the scene. I'm just looking if there's anything else that refers to that. Okay, that's it. So that's easy. So we'll just have a check here. If toilet milk equals scene at then, and that'll be an end. And then if toilet milk, and this is one thing I don't love about this language, less than or greater than is the way you do not equals, which is a little bit weird to me. And then also, like, you can do less than or greater than. Like, they both will work fine. I'm trying to just think of how to describe that the bowl does have water in it now, and I was thinking about our conversation, so I could say something like the bowl has a normal amount of water for an American toilet. I would probably change that, but for now, it's pretty funny. So, okay, so I think that should be good now. I was just thinking, like, we currently have you flush the toilet. It might be nice to say something about the toilet filling with water. Yeah, let's do that. I'll have to add a check for whether or not the lid is open, because if the lid is open when you flush, well, I think I adjusted things so that it would be very hard to flush the toilet while the lid is open. Oh, wait, you can do it with text, so never mind. Okay, so we'll just have two different descriptions depending on whether the lid is open. So. Bolt says, with music notes, eat more fruit, plant more trees, learn to invent a better feta cheese, wash the dog or read a book, find a Chinese recipe to cook. Fascinating. Please explain this song to me. The problem with vegan substitutes is it's not enough to find vegan ricotta. Usually there's a different vegan ricotta that works for cubing into salad or melting over lasagna. Yeah, that is definitely a complication. I think it was a perfectly fine ricotta alternative, but the problem is that I'm not used to making lasagna with ricotta. Yeah, the texture is very different to cottage cheese. It's kind of dry. Yeah, so probably like need to adjust something else to compensate for that. The bowl tempts you with forbidden spicy toilet milk. Yep, sure does. Okay, if toilet lid equals scene. So this is our closed toilet lid. And then we could have our other version check for if the open lid is in the scene, but I think we'll just do a not. Like that just seems a little more consistent. Just in case anything weird happened. So if the lid is in the scene, then we can hear it filling with water, but not see it. Hear the water from the tank rush into the bowl. Okay. And if it's open, you flush the toilet. And I mean, I guess I could do the same thing except C instead of here, like toilet bowl fills with water from the tank. Okay. That's fine. I did briefly consider making some sort of commentary on toilet plume here, but I think I'll refrain from that. So that should be good. And also I should make sure to test flushing the toilet with the lid open. This game, I assume, will then only run on a Mac. Yes, that is correct. Although you could certainly use a Mac emulator if you were able to get that up and running on a different computer. I'm using a program called Mini VMac, which is a really nice emulator that's available on a lot of different platforms, including Windows, and I'm pretty sure there's a Linux version as well. Illy said it's for old Macs, so you need an emulator even on modern Macs. As long as you find an emulator that runs on whatever OS you are running, then it will run there as well. Yeah, exactly. Unsecret Crush asks, why does the chat always get lit right when I try to go to bed? I mean, this is the good hours. I don't know what else to tell you. Unsecret Crush said, but the container was half the size of the cottage cheese, and literally, I'm not joking, 12 American dollars. That is quite a bit, but honestly, like, if you can make a good lasagna out of it, I think that's $12 well spent. That song is called Yo Mama by Butterfingers. Okay, thank you. And yes, Maple Mystery commented it'll also be ported to Playdate. If you're not familiar with Playdate, where's my button? A generally software company named Panic, who has also published some video games. You may have heard of Untitled Goose Game, for example, and Firewatch. They recently released this adorable little handheld system, which I actually have right here. It's a tiny little system. And it has a... Oh, it's telling me to please charge my Playdate. It's been a little bit since I have used this. Hopefully it'll start up. 10% battery. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're so sad about the battery. But I've already started porting the game. It'll take a fair bit of work to finish this, but I will be releasing it for this system as well. It just seemed like a nice system because it also has a monochrome screen that is it's a much higher resolution, but it's not far enough off that it won't be able to translate things well. And also, I've been wanting to make a game for that system for a while now, and this seemed like a good excuse to do it. So that will be another option. Just it'll take me longer to get it all done, and I will probably also expand the game a little bit, just so I can do some things that I was not able to accomplish in this version. Mousimus, hello, great to see you. Mousimus, also a game developer. I recently played their Enclosure 3D, which was very, very good. Been lurking. Nice. Thanks for lurking. Always appreciate a lurk. I've been missing lots of chat here because, as mentioned, it's lit. Marius K said, I want to create my own King's Quest V style Sierra game. Yeah, that would be very, very cool. That is a very nice era of games in general. And I really think, I was thinking about this the other day, I think King's Quest V maybe has my favorite graphics out of any King's Quest game. Maybe... Yeah, it's tough. 4 is also very nice. Ooh, things I found in the basement. Heck. I have an array of options here. Hello, welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. I think we're going to go for this option here, which is not as exciting as some, but I think fairly enjoyable. So I was digging through the basement recently, and I found some cassette tapes. And this one here is the Flaming Lips. For a while, I would frequently use a metallic silver ink pen to label my cassette tapes. And this is the Flaming Lips album, Clouds Taste Metallic, but since I was putting it on cassette tape, of course I labeled it Cassette Tapes Taste Metallic. And when I found this, I was briefly like, why the hell do I have this? I own this on CD. But then I remembered, oh yeah, there was a time period where many people had CD players, but not necessarily in their cars. So, there were various ways to deal with this, but for a long time, I simply would copy my CDs onto cassette and play them that way. This cassette on side B has various B-sides from bands such as Flaming Lips, James, Pixies, and Matthew Sweet. Also, I like the High bias. Wow. And then this tape was along with it. It is simply labeled Liquid Plumber Stuff, which again is my high school band. I'm actually very curious what's on this tape. I think I still have a cassette player somewhere. But yeah, I don't know exactly what kind of stuff is on here, so I'm very curious. It's probably not that interesting, but maybe it is. Who knows? And that's it for today's Things I Found in the Basement. Thank you so much, Baltimore, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. Welcome back. Thank you for the hello, silly. Okay, I was still catching up on chat here. Afton suggested after engaging the lever, the gushing and gurgling of toilet milk fills the air with breathy notes of stale plumbing. It's very upsetting. Uli said, I'm still waiting for mine. I assume referring to the playdate. They said they just started shipping Group 4. So hopefully you don't have to wait too much longer. Oh, I'm out of... speaking of flushing the toilet, I need a drink. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. I'm almost caught up on chat, I swear. Secret Crush says, what if I timed out everybody in chat? Would you go to bed? Would you go to bed, do you think? Again, I would simply demod you and ban you. And then unban everyone else. CD it. Thanks, Sony, I will. Did it say that on there somewhere? Oh, yeah, right in the middle. I was looking everywhere else. I don't entirely understand that slogan on a cassette tape. Should be asking me to play some of these songs on iRocksmith. Yeah, shoot. What was... Oh, yeah, I was going to ask if you had any Pavement, but then I think I was not able to stop by your last stream, unfortunately. But next time, I will definitely ask if you have any Pavement. I've been listening to a lot of Pavement again recently, after a long time period of not doing so. Mzizzy, welcome back. I hope your time at the aviary was wonderful. What is the standard, the Mac standard font anyway? It's very cute. I know the titles are Chicago, but I don't know what the other one is. So this is Geneva. Let me open up Mac Paint, and we can take a little tour of the Mac fonts we have here. So this is some text. So that is Geneva 12 point, and a lot of UI stuff is in like 9 or 10 point, which are nice sizes. And these font size options that are outlined are all basically options that will actually look good. So if you choose a bigger one, it'll just get scaled up and look all chunky. And then, yeah, you know, like titles and menus and stuff are in Chicago 12. And then we have these other ones, but as far as the UI goes, it's pretty much just Chicago and Geneva. Monaco is kind of a standard monospace font, but you don't see it a lot outside of like programming contexts. Some text adventures would use that, which I always thought was a poor choice, but they did it anyway. A lorikeet tries to eat my fingies. Oh no, lorikeet? No, I opened Safari and there was a toilet there. Lorikeet. I'm going to share this with everyone. Rainbow lorikeet. This is an incredible bird. Look at that. I would let it eat my fingies. Thought it was Geneva, but it looks so teeny. Yeah, I like the little 9 and 10 point Genevas. My favorites. Red Eyes of Satan. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Papyrus sucks so bad. Every alternative medicine store is. Okay, for a second there, I was like, I thought you were talking about the font at first, and then I got to medicine store, and I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? But then I realized, oh, you are talking about the font. Yeah, not a great font. Definitely overused. Okay, what was I doing? I think we were going back into World Builder to make sure our text descriptions of our toilet actions are working correctly. It scratched up Sonneveld's hand good and proper. Oh no. Oh, Uli said the notepad font on the right is a modern tiny font, if that's what you mean. Yeah, my overlay fonts, just to clarify for anyone that is wondering, I actually drew those by hand. I started out with overlays that used standard Mac fonts, but then I decided I wanted to kind of have something a little custom and change the scale a little bit, so I ended up drawing my own font for that stuff. It's definitely heavily inspired by some other existing fonts. Okay, so we need to try this a couple different ways. You flush the toilet and you hear the water from the tank rush into the bowl. You open the toilet lid. Oh no, that's wrong. Why does it say that? Oh yeah, I can close the door. Sorry. Okay. Thank you for the screen, Bolt. Why did that happen? Everything else went fine. Okay, let's try again the other way. So we'll open it, and then we'll flush. You open the... Oh, no, that's wrong, too. Oh, okay, so I must have had my checks backwards here. It's printing the opposite description that we want. So that should be an easy enough fix. It says you open the toilet, the bowl has a normal amount of water for an American toilet. But actually empty right now. Flush. You flush the toilet, and the toilet bowl fills with water from the tank. Okay. We're almost there. And then we just got to add our actions for filling up the watering can from the toilet. He says, I like your window title bar for the notepad window, by the way. I think Painter had a similar custom WDEF for its palette windows. Yes. The styles are definitely based on Mac styles. And thank you. I love the use flush levers. We have buttons like savages. One button for we and one button for poos. That's definitely a thing here as well. But again, like that's more of a modern American toilet thing, whereas most, at least in my experience, most homes would not have a toilet like that. Certainly some do. But like an older home, that hasn't had its toilets replaced anytime recently would not. I love these little cultural exchanges we get to have here. Okay. So, all of y'all in Australia, do you have separate taps for hot and cold water in a sink? We had this discussion previously with someone from New Zealand, and it seems that in New Zealand this is normal. I'm just curious about elsewhere. We typically do not. You do. Fascinating. Our Emmy says our public poo buttons often say use only in emergency. Public Poo Buttons was the name of my high school band. Okay, I opened the wrong thing. We want code. UK taps had to have hot and cold water separate because the hot water was contaminated? So like contaminated meaning like non-potable, like not you couldn't drink it, but like it was fine for, washing your hands. I assume that's what you're suggesting. Got it. Fascinating. Okay, so this is the code that's backwards. If toilet milk is in the scene, then you open the toilet bit. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is very obviously incorrect. Okay. If anyone has come in, well, it probably doesn't make sense to anyone at all, toilet milk, but it is what it is. Macs at the time usually had lines for the empty area in document windows and dots for floating palette windows. Right. Only a few had smaller title bars with lines like yours. Right. Okay, so that should work now, but we're going to double check before we move on. Love to wash my hands with filth. Yeah, unfortunately, if you want to wash your hands after using the toilet in our game, you got to do it in the toilet. It's the only water. Clean house. Cheat house. Okay, so flush the toilet and you hear the water from the tank rush into the bowl. You open the toilet lid. The bowl has a normal amount of water for an American toilet. Great. Good. And then open, flush, fills with water. It would be great if you could see the water rushing in, but that's okay. So you open the toilet lid, the bowl is nearly empty as though the water dried up after a long period of disuse. And then after you flush the toilet and the toilet bowl fills with water from the tank. Perfect. I'm glad we have our toilet programming all settled here. Now we just need to handle filling up the watering can. In Australia, we have it mixed. We also don't have those weird-ass shower and bath combos that is controlled by that little plunger lever. Okay, we have different taps for each. Okay, got it. Yeah. Honestly, like, that sounds extremely reasonable. I wonder what the reason is for doing it one way or the other there. Maybe it's just, two different ways of doing it and just everybody uses whatever they're used to. But like, I feel like having separate taps honestly sounds kind of nice. This seems easier. Okay. So now we need to think about what kind of verbs you might use to fill a watering can with water from a toilet. I mean, obviously, fill. But there's got to be other options that someone might type, right? I need y'all to brainstorm for me if you can. Right now, I'm going to try to figure out where this should go exactly. I think right here is fine. In Germany, you have two separate knobs, but only one spout usually, so you can mix hot and cold to get warm water. That is sometimes the case in America as well. Fill, put, get. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting because, if you're typing fill, you're referring to the watering can. So fill watering can. But put or get, you would want to refer to the water. Which is unfortunately a little bit annoying to program in World Builder, but it's certainly doable. We just have to duplicate some code. So, how have I been doing this all? I usually like to grab an example that I've already written just to make sure I'm doing things consistently. Let's see if I can find one on a different screen. Culinary says, Mike, take that watering can and see if it fits in your toilet. You know what? I think it would. I'm not going to do it. But I feel like it would. I think it's doable. Foyer? I think we have... Yeah, the foyer is a good option. I think I usually check for verb and then noun. Oh, I missed your previous message. How the hell are you going to get the watering can in the toilet? Yeah, I do think we drew the watering can a little bit too big to fit in the toilet. Like, that's valid. On the other hand, I'm not sure I'm going to redraw the watering can a little bit smaller just to make it more believable. Okay, so here, for example, we have... First, we check if the vase is in the scene. And then we check for if you typed vase and then the verb. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this incomplete chunk of code. Draw water. Interesting. That's not something I would ever think to type, but it seems valid. I was also wondering if we should, like you don't really have anything to siphon it with, but maybe we should support that anyway, just in case someone thinks to try that. Let's see. So we're going to delete all this. And we need end, another end. So we need to make sure the toilet milk is in the scene. We also... Okay, so this is extra complicated because you obviously need the toilet to be open in order to get the water out of it. But if it's closed, we want to recognize the command and just tell you can't do it because the toilet's closed. So slightly more complicated than usual. So if text refers to the watering can, I'm trying to think if it's okay if they just type can. Maybe for now we'll require them to type watering can. Actually, yeah, that's probably a good idea, because if they type can as like not even referring to an object, like just typing a weird sentence like, can I take the water? I don't know why anyone would type that, but we don't want to respond to that by taking the water necessarily. Okay, so for the watering can, we have fill, or just fill is the only one we have so far that would refer to the watering can. And then, are there other ways they might refer to the toilet water? I think all I can really think of is water. So in this case, we want to support fill. Wait, no, not fill. Put or get. Or draw. Any others? I really can't think of anything else, but it's very hard to, like, you know, typically the point of doing this is, you know, to support people who, you know, think of words in a different way than you do. So like it's kind of hard to imagine what someone else might type realistically. And we don't want to go too overboard. But that seems like a decent number of options. So now inside of this check, like, so we've checked if there's toilet water. We've checked if they typed fill along with watering can or get, put, draw along with water. And then inside of that, we need to check if the lid is actually open. So toilet lid, that's the closed one. So we'll do toilet lid open equals seen. Then. And then if it is not in the scene, we'll do something else. Oh, actually, you know what? I can make this a little bit simpler. We'll exit there, because we don't need anything else to happen if it was successful. And then the fallback doesn't need an if statement. You can't get the water while the lid is closed. And then maybe we'll acknowledge that it's a little bit difficult to get the watering can into the toilet. So we'll say it's a bit difficult to get the watering can into the toilet. Somehow you manage. The watering can is now full of toilet water. Great. And then all of that needs to be down here as well. Postfix asks, is it possible to milk a toilet? Great question. Maple Mystery says you could get a tube and siphon toilet water into the watering can. Blah. Yeah, it's certainly an unpleasant thing to think about. Okay, so that should all work. Now we also need to... I had not actually thought about this until just now. We also need to keep track of whether or not the watering can in your possession has water in it. There's two ways we could do that. We could set a variable which could simply, keep track of that, whether or not there's water in it, and then, we can alter descriptions of things and available actions as necessary. We could also have a separate item that, is called watering can full of toilet water, for example. And then we just kind of swap between those items when you fill it with water. They're both perfectly valid options, and I can't think of a strong argument for one in favor of the other. I'm leaning towards variable just because it's a little bit simpler. We don't have to duplicate graphics. We don't have to have a separate item name. Swapping around items is a little bit of extra work. Efton, I'm so glad you asked. If you do try to open the tank, it will tell you that it's fused shut. It was very important to me that you have to fill it from the bowl. So I did consider that. Okay. Wait, no, I'm not done yet. We need a variable. Thank you for the grunting. Toilet water in can, toilet water in can. You are too weak to lift the lid. Ooh. A valid option. We don't Little Sweetie is insulting the player enough. I don't think the narrator needs to do that as well. I'm just looking through my variables here to see what we use for. Maybe we haven't used a W yet. So watering can, water, like that's a good one to use, I think. Oh wait, we did use W for the Wi-Fi. But there's plenty of other W variables we can use. W2 is not used. Notes are so chaotic. Okay, so I think W2 is okay. Water in watering can. So less than 1, default state is none. Equal 1 is water. You don't know where the water has been. We do know, though. It's been in the toilet. Okay, so since we're doing it this way, the only thing we need to do here is to set that variable once you have the water. So let W2 number equal 1. And then again, paste that up here for our other branch of verbs and nouns. Okay, so that should work now. Let's go ahead and add another bit of code. So something I've been wanting to do. Initially, I wanted to have like a visual close-up of all our inventory items, but we determined that was not really feasible. So we're limiting close-ups to items that require that for some sort of interaction. But I do still want to allow you to examine the items in your inventory. And I think when you examine the watering can, we should, tell you whether it's filled with water or not. So let's go ahead and add code for that. A lot of the items I have not added code for yet. Postfix says, I know when I hear the term W2, I definitely think of toilets. Bolt says, "Eat, talk, lick, toilet. I'm not putting my lips on that full throttle homage." I do have a note in my notes to try to find somewhere to get that in, and certainly the toilet would be a valid option. What did I? Oh yeah, Efton suggested you can add it for Agent Scully if someone says "kiss the skull," which I think is also a good option. But I will make a note of your suggestion as well, and we'll figure that out at some point. So in here we have, this is our, oh wait, no, we're still in the bathroom code, global code. I don't know if I just opened the wrong thing there or what. Oh no, it's almost 3. I genuinely did not mean to stream this late. But it's fine. I'm scrolling too far. Yeah, I should definitely stop soon, huh? All right, so here we have handling of open, use, or look at our little sweetie. And below that we have open, look, use, cloth or fabric. Also the potato. And we'll do the same thing for the watering can. So watering can and watering can equals player. But in this case, we have 2 possibilities. So if W2 number is less than 1, then we have one option. Actually no. Again, we can simplify here by just exiting. And then having a fallback. Okay. So for this code, there is water in it. It'd be nice to describe the watering can a little. I'm trying to think if I want to describe it the same as our actual watering can, or if it's maybe a different color or something. It super doesn't matter, but it's nice to kind of know what your objects look like exactly. I guess for now we'll just describe it as white. It's a watering can with a white enamel paint over most of it. The handle is a shiny gold. It's currently full of toilet water. And down here, it will say it's currently empty. Great. I'm so worried we'll eventually run out of space for global code. That will be a huge pain if we do. What's stopping the player from filling from the cistern? I assume that's referring to the tank. We talked about that a little bit ago. It's fused shut. Cheat house. So yeah, if you click on it, it says you pull on the lid of the toilet tank, but it won't budge. It almost seems fused in place. Okay. Normal amount of water for an American toilet. One thing I keep thinking about is whether the water level should go down when you fill the watering can. Like it could maybe go back to its empty state. Like realistically, you wouldn't. you wouldn't get all of the water into the watering can. So I'm a little bit inclined to just not worry about it. Let's see. So we had fill watering can as an option. Oh no, I goofed up. You can't get the water while the lid is closed. I keep doing this. I assume it'll work now. Oh, no. I must have referred to an object name incorrectly. Oops. I thought about that, but I was so confident I did not double check. Toilet lid open and toilet lid. So what did we do wrong? If toilet lid open equals seen, oh God, I did at seen. It's seen at. Again, I don't understand why this doesn't come up as a syntax error. I did this previously with like a $sign or a number sign, like putting it before instead of after. I don't know if it's like you could use an at sign in a room name or something, so it allows it. It's very strange. Maybe the at symbol is a valid variable character. It's definitely not a valid variable character. Variables can only be letter, number, and then the number or pound sign. I am curious if we can use it in a room name. We can. Okay, so yeah, that's why. I assume you could use it in an object name as well. But like, I have to know now. I'll create a new. Oops. Like, could we name this scene at? What? 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 It would fuck things up so much if you did this. Oh, God. I can't believe it doesn't check for that. That's wild. Okay, cheat house. I hope this works now. Open the door. Flush. Let's try a different. Well, no, since it didn't work the first time, we'll do fill watering can again. It's a bit difficult to get the watering can into the toilet, but somehow you manage. The watering can is now full of toilet water. And we can also look at watering can, hopefully. Oh, no. You're in a small bathroom. There's a toilet. There's a small sink and a toilet here. Oh, I think... Use watering can. I assume this will work. What? Huh. What did I screw up? Did I maybe typo watering can or something? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. But at least we fixed one thing. Okay. Oh, we don't actually have the watering can. That's the problem. So the code that's wrong is we shouldn't have been able to fill the watering can because we don't have it. Oops, oops, oops. Okay. Oh, I checked if the water is in the scene, but I did not check if the watering can belongs to the player. Player at? I think that's correct. I'm just thinking, like, is this the correct way to handle everything? I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe if there's no water in the toilet, it makes sense to respond to that in some way. I think I'm just going to make a note to myself. Responds to trying to get water when there's no water in the toilet. Currently, if you type, fill watering can and the lid is open, but there's no water in the toilet, the game's just going to respond with what or huh? Because we're not really handling that command at all. But I think it would be reasonable to point out that there's no water in there at that point. F-Sound said 100% the Outer Rim of Hell. Maple Mystery said, oh, I missed a comment here. Maple Mystery said, didn't Dante read a verse describing the toilet tank lids in Purgatory as basically fused? F-Down said 100% the Outer Rim of Hell. And the Maple Mystery said, that's where the conman plumbers go. The ones that say they don't have the part today but can get the part soon. And it's going to cost double. And hold the part ransom for the inflated price and never come back. Oh gosh, terrible. I'm fortunate that I've never had that bad of a plumber experience. I definitely need to finish up soon, but I also want to finish what we're doing, and I kind of lost track of where I was. I think I fixed the problem, and yeah, we're going to test it now. I'm doing great. How are y'all doing? I hope you're doing great. Flush. Flush? There we go. Fill watering can. What? What? What do I do now? Oh, I don't have the watering can. I keep forgetting that. Cheat items. Now I have the watering can. Okay, fill watering can. It's a bit difficult to get the watering can into the toilet, but somehow you manage. The watering can is now full of toilet water. And now, hopefully, we can look watering can. It's a watering can with a white enamel paint over most of it. The handle is a shiny gold. It's currently full of toilet water. Fantastic. Okay, so now let's try that again, just a little bit differently. Cheat items. Now have the watering can, cheat house. East. Okay, so now I'm going to open the toilet. Bowl is nearly empty as though the water dried up after a long period of disuse. Let's get water. What? Which is what we want to happen at this point because there is no water to get. We should be able to look at watering can and see that it is empty. Same description, but it's currently empty. So that's all good. Now we can flush. Fills with water, and now we should be able to get water. Perfect. Watering can is now full of water, and we can use watering can. Use doesn't really work well if we're just looking at it, but I'm not too worried about it for now. Great. Good. Thank you for the fanfare. So we're so close to being done with this sizable Electrolyptus plant puzzle. The next thing will be like, oops, I accidentally closed my notes instead of going west in the game. I'm just going to break this because I want to. Break face. I really enjoy that smash sound. So, all right, we don't have the items we need. I just want to get everything here real quick. Use book. Thank you for the screen, Afton. Grab our potato. Close book. And I think we could do plant potato. Okay, great. And then plant the light bulb. And now it's full of dirt and a potato and a light bulb. So then the next step here will be to water this with the watering can. So that will be our next step next week. And then we just need to finish drawing the planted plant graphics and add code to pick your battery. Geez, we're doing pretty good. Let's look at my notes here. We have lots of descriptions of your inventory items I want to add. Oh, we still, I meant to set up the correct pin today, but we didn't ever get to that. I had my idea of being able to see yourself in the bathroom mirror, which I feel fairly strongly that I would like to be able to do that. Excuse me. At one point, Hinton suggested that there should be a Wi-Fi network somewhere called Danger Do Not Connect, and if you connect to it, it's game over. I did put that in my notes. For a while, I was thinking we probably wouldn't get to it, but I think I kind of want to. Even though it's just a goofy death that most people will never find. I think it'd be funny. And I don't think it would be that hard, actually. We have the I'm not putting my lips on that Easter egg. Oh, I also wanted to add, if you try to put anything else in the pot, I would maybe like to have a response for that. We could potentially just have a generic response if you put anything that's not the appropriate item in there. Actually, do I have that now? Oops. Plant. Plant book. What does that do? Okay, now it says you're not sure that's a good idea. Which is reasonable. So I think adding more specific reasons you wouldn't want to plant other objects is kind of optional. We finished the toilet bowl interaction. We've got the empty watering can from the greenhouse. One of the bigger things we still have to add is the Easter egg that I talked about earlier. I took a reference photo for the Easter egg that will allow you to see me creating the game in the streaming room. Oh, scene check. Yeah, sorry, I was just doing a thing real quick. It wasn't worth switching scenes for. Sorry. Culinary says my Wi-Fi network's name is Infected Network Do Not Connect. Bolt asks, any cool death scenes planned? We have 2 already. Have you not seen those? I can show them off if you want. So we have, let's see. South. Cheat items. Get the key. Unlock the door. Oh, first try. That's so rare. We have this friendly gentleman here who sometimes is in the doorway when you open it. There's a shadowy figure standing just inside. So if we click on him or try to go north, it says, a shadowy figure blocks your path. The hairs on your arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. And then if we try again, things aren't going to go well. A shadowy figure blocks your path. Oh, wait, we just read that. As you try to move past, the shadowy figure slowly extends a hand towards you. The ghastly arm enters your body as you realize you're frozen in place. Your vision fades and you crumple into a cold, lifeless heap. And then the items appearing on top of this graphic is a known bug. I will not be fixing that until we're done adding objects to the game. Basically, the death scene graphics have to be after everything else in the game. And let's see, we have one other death so far. So cheat study. So here's Brisket. And if you bother Brisket too much, Brisket says, please don't do that, the cat says in a stern voice. If you do it again. I asked you not to do that, the cat says before violently clawing your face. You feel overwhelmed with regret as you collapse to the floor. All other things fade until your regret is all that you know. I do not have an uptime command, but I can manually tell you that my uptime is 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 21 seconds, which is probably too long. I am finishing up. So yeah, those are our 2 deaths so far. And then I like the dangerous Wi-Fi do not connect death. We still need a name for our game, but that'll kind of be one of the last things we do, I think. But we're getting pretty close. I still need to finish. I need to write all the dialogue with Brisket, which is, I've written some of it, but it's challenging. Okay, who are we gonna raid? Is anybody streaming? Is Sonneveld streaming tonight? So schedule. Schedule, is my schedule updated? I don't think my Twitch schedule is quite correct. I think it currently still says I will be streaming on Tuesday, which is not true. I will be streaming on Monday, which is my birthday, June 19th. If you live in a time zone approximate to mine, at least, it will be starting at 7 p.m. EDT, and it will definitely go late. Honestly, I'm going to do my best to be like extremely rested, because I just want to have a very long stream and have a good time. Saw a crocodile today. Nice. He's doing something. I hear him muttering to himself and tapping away on his keyboard. Great. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say, Emmy, I don't know if you saw, we had some good crocodile content on Tuesday's stream. If you didn't see it, let me know and I can share screenshots. It was very nice. Maple Mystery off to bed. Wow, I'm streaming so late that Maple Mystery is going to bed. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. But yeah, birthday, Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. No stream Tuesday, so X-Files won't be for another week and a half. But a week from now, oh, right. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a Playdate stream a week from today. I might change that. I have some like figuring out how to make that work. It's World Crocodile Day today. I had no idea. That's delightful. Thank you all for hanging out. I feel like I stopped finishing a sentence, but I'm going to find someone to raid here because I'm definitely out of streaming juice. Wow. Who do we raid? Oh, Ghoulbabe is playing Amon-Ra. That's pretty tempting. We do enjoy a Laura Bow. Sonneveld is sneezing and laughing maniacally. I don't know what's happening. Fascinating. Thank you all for the sounds. All right.
Thanks.
Let's go raid Ghoul Babe. Thank you all for hanging out. You're all wonderful. I hope you can come to my birthday party, but if you can't, that's totally fine. I'll miss you if you can't. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye.